means much more than the grade we make. Instill in them a commitment to keep on learning. It shows us to not fear new knowledge and experiences. Inspire them to touch the future. They influence how big a dream we dream for ourselves. Bless our teachers who have come before, for their work endures to this day. Let the light of your example shine upon all teachers, to build up with their words, to love with their mind, to share with their heart. Amen.
The webinar conducted by HNL Training Center is for national seminars for teachers and school heads with a theme, MATATAG, Batang Makabansa, Bansang Makabata, Teachers and School Heads' Responsibility Towards Scaling Quality Education to Increase Impact. And HNL Training Center is operating its business and providing educational services for personal and professional growths under the following: DTI permit number 9020370, BIR registered number 318147153, business permit number 801147, and CPD PTR number 2019-329. The center gives no guarantee that the certificate to be earned can be used for promotion and or PRC license renewal. It shall remain solely on the discretion of the two entities mentioned. All right. Dear teachers, thank you so much once again for being with us today. We have 49 participants. So that includes me and our staff. So that's 40 plus. We have a large number of group today. Anyhow, aside from our webinar, we also have an upcoming seminar. This is a live out seminar in Sikihor, which you might want to be interested. That will be on September 1 to 3. If in case you would like to register, don't hesitate to reach our Facebook page, HNL Training Center. And once we get started, I would please, may I request to mute yourself so as not to interrupt our speakers topic. Okay, so without any further ado, let me go ahead and introduce our first speaker. All right. All right, so ma'am, for those who are not on mute, kindly mute yourselves. All right. Can you hear me okay? Naririnig po ba ako?
Yes, po, ma'am.
Oh, okay. May nag-chat
Yes,
na no audio po.
Yes
Ma'am,
po,
kindly check
ma'am.
the
Yes
setting.
po.
Okay. There is one participant here na wala siyang audio. If you cannot hear me, ma'am, kindly check the settings of your Zoom. Click on audio settings. Okay. so you can hear me. Anyhow, let's go
Meeting
ahead and
siguro yun.
proceed. Our first speaker for today is a BSEE Ed graduate at Cebu Normal University year 1988 and earned her master's degree program major in mathematics at Cebu Normal University in year 2000. She also graduated in major in school management at Center for International Education, a DepEd National Scholar in 2007, and earned a certificate of proficiency leading to doctorate degree program major in early childhood education as well as educational management at Cebu Normal University in year 2010. She also graduated doctor in developmental education at Cebu Technological University in year 2013, and she was once a classroom teacher, became a master teacher, climbed her way up to become a school principal for 12 years and a public school district supervisor for a year. And is approved by the Department of Foreign Affairs, she was granted the diploma as Doctor in Public Service honoris causa, made possible by Far East Advent School of Theology. She also finished her supervisory leadership course conducted by the Civil Service Commission and passed the CESWE Career Executive Service Written Exam conducted by CES Board. She also attended series of national and international seminar that includes an international seminar conducted in Singapore. And she's a division teacher demonstrator in teaching mathematics to elementary grade pupils. And currently, she's an education program supervisor in the division of Lapu-Lapu City Region 7. She's been a resource speaker and a facilitator in the division training of teachers since 1996 up until present. And she's also a resource speaker and a facilitator in international seminars in private providers for more than 21 times. She's been a speaker for 42 times in face-to-face seminars of HNL Training Center, and as well as 26 times a speaker of webinar here at HNL. And currently she received a certificate of recognition for a completed research conducted in her division, Lapu-Lapu City, last December 2022. And for now, she is working on the next research for this calendar year 2023 for the final presentation of the research. Please help me welcome our first speaker, Dr. Herminia Layson.
Thank you, Miss Jonah, for your very generous introduction today. Blessed morning, everyone. Indeed, we are so blessed today because the moment that we wake up in the morning and feel the breeze of air around us wherever we are today, that is the greatest blessings that we ever received. Why? Because millions of people around the world were not able to wake up today. And we are glad that God gave us this gift today, the gift of life. And that is the very first thing that we have to be grateful about. Before I'm going further, I would like to share with you my favorite line in life that I always bear in mind and I always practice. It goes this way that I don't have any single reason to complain, but I have a lot of reasons to be grateful of. Look around you. Start your day with a grateful heart because it may sound cliche, but that is really true that a grateful heart is a happy heart and a happy heart is a grateful heart. Look around you, the very eyes of your loved ones, your friends, your families, your daughters, your sons, your grandchildren, of course, your partner in life, your friends. Look around them, look at their very eyes, and it speaks the love that we really have, we really need in our life. With that, my dear colleagues, I've seen that some of you here come from the northern part of the Philippines. Salome just texted a while ago, Ma'am Salome, that you are from Tabaco City. I guess that's in Luzon area. So I guess we have here participants all over the Philippines, scattered all over the Philippines. And maybe some of you cannot understand if I'm going to use the Cebuano language. And please pardon me or excuse me if along the way I misstumble and use the Cebuano language as my native tongue. However, I'll try my very best. Thank you so much. Well, we have here from Bacolod City, Ma'am Narichel. Thank you for joining. And I cannot just mention all of you here because we have a great number of participants today, and I only have a limited time, 2 hours, to be with you this morning. In as much as you wanted to converge in a longer period of time, but I know that you have already sacrificed today. Today, maybe you're going to spend this for your family, you're going to spend this for yourself alone, me time, or you have an important event to attend, but you canceled all those just for this webinar that we're having today for our personal and professional advancement. That is part of the MATATAG agenda, that the letter G, the MATATAG, we all know that that is just an acronym, and MA stands for, if I am not mistaken, if I remembered it right, that making the curriculum relevant to instruction, or making our instruction relevant to the curriculum, something like that. In the ta has another meaning, and another ta, and the letter G, the last word, the MATATAG, is giving support to teachers. In as much as the Department of Education wanted all of us to support the things that we have expected from our government, from our department, from the central office, but we cannot avail all of them because of the limited or scarcity of resources. Just like, for example, the infrastructure. Still, some of the division offices, some of the schools in other divisions, or even in our very own divisions, our schools which are dilapidated through Typhoon Odette 2 years ago. That was 2022 or 2021. Yes, December of 2021. We were not able to repair all of the dilapidated classrooms. So it really hampered the delivery of our services to our children. And mainly, we have a lot of claymores that we are not able to experience this kind of support that we really wanted to. But I have this salute to all of you, my dear teachers. My heart really bleeds for all of you. And I am really, shall I say, emotional about it, knowing that all of you, my dear teachers, the school principals, maybe we have school administrators who are present today, that you have exerted much of your time, much of your efforts, even using your own personal funds just to have, specifically this week and next week, the Brigada Escuela in preparation for the opening of the school year of 2023-2024, so that we can provide the best learning environment that our school children deserves. So I'm sad about it that it's not that the government, but we really cannot just receive all the things or the support that we really wanted. But of course, I'm pretty sure that your local officials, your barangay officials, private stakeholders, philanthropists, or your friends abroad have extended their help and support for the success of the Brigada Escuela. But sometimes, parang kulang pa rin kasi ang dami-dami nating iniintindi sa ating paaralan. Nonetheless, kababasa ko lang, or I've just heard or watched the short video or TikTok of the owner of CBRC, a review center, Dr. Carl Balita, when he shared the message of our VP, the secretary of the Department of Education, VP Sara Duterte, when she said na hindi na kailangan na magkakaroon ng maraming dekorasyon or decorations, and that we are not going to decorate our classrooms. We're just going to paint it and make it simple so that there will be no distractions during classes. And it was supported by Carl Balita when he shared also the researches made by two researchers, researchers abroad, foreign researchers, telling that based on the research conducted, 2 weeks or 3 weeks research conducted, that it is really a distraction to the learning of our pupils if we have so much decorations in our classroom. So parang i-minimize na natin. So sabi nga ng anak ko minsan na, kailangan you have to practice minimalism, minimalist, kasi ayaw din niya makita sa amin ang dami-dami daw mga buting-ting everything. So that is it, no? That is because it really distracts the mind of our school children, because the idea of our secretary is that so that the pupils or our students will focus on you teachers while you are dishing out or discussing the lesson. So maybe as well we're going to try it out, because for so long, for so many years, we have been so busy decorating our classrooms, putting all the signages, putting all these flowers, these butterflies, kahit ano-ano na lang ang ididikit natin sa dingding para maging mabuti or magandang tingnan ang ating silid paaralan. Now, our VP secretary wanted to have our classroom very simple and minimalist. So, para focus daw ang atensyon ng ating mga bata towards us teachers who are teaching that lesson on that particular day. So might as well, we're going to follow that. We are going to try that, because based on researches, it gives or it yields positive results towards the learning of our school children. So why not follow? Maybe some of you will say, ang dami-dami talagang changes. Yes, there are. Changes will just happen every day, every hour, and even every minute. Sometimes the policies or the instructions given to us by our school principal, she's giving these instructions to us this particular hour. The next hour, it will change. Sabi pa nga natin, ano na bang nangyari sa principal ko? Luka-luka na ba siya? Sinabi pa nga niya kanina, ito yung gagawin. Ngayon, iba na naman. Hindi naman naging luka-luka. It's just that we are really living in the word, the so-called VUCA word, VUCA. You are maybe familiar with that. And to give a quick review, that is volatility, stands for V is volatility, U uncertainty. Everything is uncertain. And then say for complexity, complex, ano ba, dami-dami, nalulito na ako, parang ganon, di ba? Complexity. And then ambiguity, walang klaro, para bang walang klarong direction, minsan masabi natin ng ganyan. So we have to focus ourselves. We have to condition our mind that this is the kind of world that we are living today. We are into the world which keep on changing. The things that we've learned today can be obsolete by tomorrow. So we have to be resilient. The key here is each one of us has to be resilient with the quick changes or rapid changes or the swift or sudden changes of times. Now, by next year, we are already conditioned that by next year, we will already be using the MATATAG curriculum, the K to 10 curriculum. There will be a reduction on the number of subjects. Maybe some of you have already read all the contents of that, but as far as I know, it will be implemented next school year. So there will be another changes of the curriculum. That is why we have to condition ourselves, and whatever is given to us, the key here so that we can work harmoniously is just to have the acceptance. We're just going to accept it. We will just be resilient of accepting the changes so that we can find happiness in our work. It's sad to note, am I talking fast? Because if I talk too fast and you cannot understand me anymore because maybe the connection is not good, it can be a little bit useless, because in this case, having the webinar, there should be a complement with each other. My connection should be good and your connection also should be good, so that we can understand and we can connect each other. Tulad na lang ng pag-ibig, kung ikaw lang ang nagmamahal, ang yung taong minamahal mo ay hindi ka mahal, parang hindi maganda ang resulta. So, kailangan talaga complement, 50-50. I'll give my 50%, you give your 50%, it makes 100%. So, yun, tulad lang ng relationship, di ba? Hindi pwedeng ikaw lang ang magmahal. Dapat pari-pariho tayo. Kung hindi lang tayo pantay-pantay, better change. Ay, i-change yun na. I-delete, ay wag naman. It depends upon your choices actually. So with that, we have to be ready. Now, I know that how you wish, how you wanted to spend your days, your vacations with your families or visiting your parents. Maybe you are living far away from your parents. So maybe might as well you wanted to visit your parents. I guess we have still 1 week time before the start of the opening of the classes because our first day of classes, be sure let us make sure and pray hard. Let us just pray hard that God will give us strength, will give us good health and long life, that we can still serve our clientele. If you happen to be a classroom teachers, your main function is to serve our school children. That teaching and learning will really happen inside the classroom. At the end of the day, kung walang natutuhan ang ating mga bata sa silid-aralan, kung lahat sila walang natutuhan from you, vain, it can be a failure. So we have to equip ourselves with the necessary skills, with the necessary strategies that you have learned from the learning actions, from the district seminars, or from the division seminars, or from any sources of information that equip you to be a very good teacher. The secret is you are going to apply it to your children in a way that they are going to learn. Because if all of your children inside a classroom, okay, paki-ano na lang, paki-off ng mic. If all of your children in the classroom are going to learn, yes, anything? Okay, we'll just wait for a while. Sige. I cannot answer the messages for no because ma-interrupt tayo. Okay, thank you very much. We are going to prepare ourselves. We are going to equip ourselves. This is really a common knowledge, and that is our main obligations. That the things that we have learned, I know, my dear teachers, you already have that skills, you already have that competences in you, because if none, you are not there in your position. You were not able to pass the licensure examination for teachers if you are dull. Meaning, all of us here, all of you here, have your own intelligence, have your own gift that God has given to you, so that you are the best instrument in your place, in your school, in your division, in your community, to make learning happen. Kawawa naman ang ating mga bata na mag-graduate sa elementary, magtatapos sa grade 10 or senior high school, kung hindi naman sila matutong magbasa or even simple numeracy, because our target is literacy and numeracy, and to save our school children from the bondage of ignorance. Siguro hindi nila matutuhan yung paano ba mag-extract ng square root, mag-extract ng cube root, mag-memorize ng table of ng scientific, yung table of elements, no? Yung ano ba yung scientific table of elements? Ang dami-dami. Ano ba yung scientific symbol ng sodium? Ano ba yung scientific symbol ng iron? O, di ba? So, mahirap yun. My question is, if they're going to memorize all those things, I'm not saying that they're not going to do that, but if we're going to impose so much on that, can these things be applied to real life situation? Well, these things that they are going to learn will help them survive the harshness of life that we have? Of course not. What is important is our children, we're not going only to develop their academic smart, their mind, but being street smart, na kahit saan sila mapadpad, kaya nilang mabuhay. Because we don't have any control of the situations that is happening in our lives. What we have control is only our emotions and our reactions to the situations given to us. Sometimes, even we cannot control our emotions. Sometimes we cannot control our reactions in as much as because being professional, we wanted not to react harshly, we wanted not to rant, we wanted not to backbite, but sometimes situations tempt us to do that because sometimes we regress, we fall back, that when we forget that we are all professionals. I myself, I am even trying to control my emotions because there are times that I burst out into tears or burst out into anger for very petty reasons. There are times because particularly one of the main reason is that we are so stressed and we are already burned out of the things or of the work that we have. That is why it is also very important, my dear teachers, that we are going to take care of ourselves, our mental health, our physical health, our emotional health. That is very important because we cannot function very well if we have these emotional baggages. We cannot function very well if we have these problems, if we don't have money to buy for our food, if we don't have money to pay for the electric bills, the water bills, if we don't have money to pay for the tuition fees of our children. And that is why some just committed some mistakes just to have these things or these problems or both ends meet. So we really have, each one of us really have circumstances, difficulties that we are suffering right now and that no one or not anybody know about it. That is also the reason why, my dear teachers, that every person that we are going to meet along the way, as much as possible, kung kaya lang natin, at least we can give a simple act of kindness, and that is our smile. It is priceless, but that means so much to a stranger that we are going to meet every day of our journey, because we will never know that that particular person has suffering so much. I myself, if I'm not going to tell you what I am suffering today, you will never know. Maybe you can see me laughing or cracking jokes, but you will never know what are my sentiments deep inside. The same thing with you, that nobody knows your sentiments if you are not going to share it. But also, we have to be very careful also of sharing, because it might be an ace against you if we're going to divulge everything. If there's a need for us to keep to ourselves secret, so be it. And if there is somebody that you can confide to of your sentiments, your very best friend, trusted and sincere friend, that is already a blessing. Or if you can confide it to your family members, so that para bang kahit papano mababawasan yung mga sakit na dinaramdam natin or something like that. So no one is exempted from that. So that is why I hope that today you are going to regard this as an opportunity for you to unwind. Though you are listening to this webinar, maybe some of you will be interacting this webinar, but you can lie down, you can sit not formally, informally, or maybe while you are listening to me, you are watering the plants, or you are cleaning the house. As long as you are listening, that is also the advantage of having the webinar, not face to face. No, but of course, there are always pros and cons on everything that you are going to do. But the secret is choose the positive one. That is our secret to being happy and being grateful. Just choose the positive one, because in every circumstances given to us, there is always the two sides of the coin, the pros and cons. try to choose the positive one. If it is raining hard today in your surroundings, be happy about it, because there is no need for you to water the plants and there is no need for you to clean the rooftops. Kasi ang kapal-kapal na siguro ng alikabok ng rooftops natin, and we cannot just afford to go up, to go at the rooftop, to climb at the rooftop to clean. So we have to be very happy of the heavy rains, not just complaining, oh my goodness, it's raining very hard, I just want to go out and go shopping. So you are already complaining and you have a heavy heart. Why not divert it to another situation? So something like that. So, but that is a skill, really. That is a skill that we have to learn every day. At my age, I consider myself as an old age already. If we're going to have it like a time, yung time of the clock ba? Parang nasa 12:30 na siguro ako, 12:30 in the afternoon kasi 55 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So parang that is something that we really cannot control of. But we really have to be happy. And I'm sharing with you that I am so glad and I am blessed that we are having this division superintendent of ours now, who is very particular of our feelings, of our positive well-being. Sabi nga niya, oh, gusto nyo nang mag-travel? Sige, mag-travel na kayo. Mag-submit na kayo ng Form 6 ninyo. Mag-submit na kayo ng application ninyo para ma-approve ko na yung travel authority so that you can go abroad. Kasi kailan pa kayo mag-visit? When? When are you going to visit abroad? After retirement? How sure are you that you can still travel? At 65? At 60? Maybe it's very, very hard for us. Now that you are, maybe some of you who age like me, maybe your children are already grown up and they already have their families of their own and they're already professionals. Hopefully, that is what our prayers as parents. So it is high time that you are going to give a gift to yourself. Go travel. Asian countries. Ma'am, wala na kaming pera. Set aside. Meron naman tayong bonus. That is your bonus for yourself. So give a gift to yourself. So maybe the November bonus, you are going to book a travel for you in advance and that you're going to travel next year by May. So yung May na bonus natin, ay pocket money mo na. Pocket money na natin yon. Baka hindi pa tayo nakapunta in one of the international countries. So try, because it will recharge us, even going out of our own province, going out to other province. Some of you here from Bacolod City, some of you here from Davao, some of you here from Zamboanga City, from Zamboanga del Sur. I've seen one from Tabaco City. I'm not familiar with that city, maybe in northern part. Ma'am Salome, where is it, Ma'am Salome? What province is Tabaco City belongs, so that everybody of us here will know. Kasi, hindi ako matalino sa geography. Ma'am Salome, can I hear from you? Can you share where is that place? Tabaco City, as far as I know, is it in northern Luzon? But I am not sure. Albay pala. Ay, hindi. Sa Albay ba yung Tabaco City? Sa Albay? Okay. Albay, Bicol Province ba yun? Sino bang hindi pa nakapunta sa Albay? Go to Albay and visit Mayon Volcano. Di ba? Nasa Albay ang Mayon Volcano sa Legazpi City. Ang ganda-ganda. The God's creation is just so wonderful. Baka yung Mayon Volcano na nalalaman natin, we just learn it through pictures during our elementary days sa Araling Panlipunan, hindi pa natin nakikita, or maybe because of technology, we can see it virtually, no, na how beautiful Mayon Volcano is. Why not visit it for yourself? Give a chance to yourself. Visit those beautiful places. Visit those wonderful creations that God created for us. Philippines may be a small country, but this is too big and wide. Albay is the tobacco capital of the Philippines. Okay. The Philippines is just a small country, but the Philippines offer us wide variety of beautiful spots for us to visit. I've been there in Zamboanga City, just a few weeks ago. It was very nice. It was very nice. It was contradictory to what we have heard that we're not safe there. No, we are so safe, and the people there in Zamboanga City are just too gentle and too kind. The tricycle drivers are just too kind and very respectful, and you will really feel safe going to Zamboanga City. Visit it for yourself. Those who are from Zamboanga, maybe you can visit Cebu. Those who are from Northern Luzon, maybe you can visit Cebu. And that is also my long dream, to visit the northern part of Cebu with my partner, with my hubby, going to, I've been there in Albay already, and I've seen myself personally, the Mayon volcano. And I really wanted to see Ilocos Norte, the Museum of Chavit Singson, the historical places there, the heritage places there, the old houses there, which gives a very historic site of that place. So there are a lot of places to travel. Bacolod, there is a very nice place in Bacolod, yung bang Kampuistuhan, Bacolod City. That is a very nice place also. So give a gift to yourself so that you can also inspire your school children to dream. You can also inspire your children by sharing your first-hand experiences that you've been there on that particular place that you've mentioned. Because in our lessons, we're going to contextualize our lessons. Instead of telling or showing the picture only, maybe you can show the picture with you yourself, having that background picture at Mayon Volcano, having that background, such a famous, yes, ang dami-dami. Yes, Ma'am Narichel, ang ganda-ganda talaga sa Bacolod, no? We've been there. I've been there once and visit Kampuistuhan. Ang ganda. Ang dami-dami talaga. Every place, every island, every province, God provided a beautiful spot for us to visit and for us to admire and to appreciate the beauty of His amazing creation. So aside from that, set aside budget. Ma'am, what is our topic for today? Ang dami. For us teachers, all of the topics that we can possibly learn is important and is relevant for us teachers, because we are not only developing, yes, thank you, Ma'am Narichel, we are not only developing the mind of our children, but we are developing the heart or the holistic personality of our children. Because if we are only going to focus on developing the mind of our children, the curriculum or the most essential learning competencies embodied in the milk, that we are so focused about it and that we're not going to share our own experiences to the children, we're not going to inspire them, then it is useless, because that is not only the definition of life. We have to prepare our children for a future that might be harsh to them. We are going to prepare our children with the difficulties in life. Life skills ang kailangan that these children will survive. My dear teachers, maybe I am talking too much. That is just part of the introduction. Introduction pa lang yun, wala pang slides. Pero nonetheless, I hope that every bit of it, we are going to take it as a learning experience. Today, I always believe, as I was saying a while ago, that we are the only kind of profession that we have to learn tidbits of everything. We need to be a guidance counselor to our children, right? We need to be a little bit a nurse of our children. Kasi may nasa sugatan, may ano. So, kailangan mo mag-dress ng mga sugat-sugat ng ating mga kabataan, di ba? Yung sugat, ano ba, sprayhan mo ba ng alcohol? Ay ka, nakakaloka yun. So dapat may alam tayo dyan, di ba? Na para gulayan sa paaralan, ano pa, may DRRM, lahat na ng programs. At pag may fiesta, kailangan alam din natin yun na magtutulong sa mga every activities, sa town fiesta, sa city fiestas, tayo na talaga ang frontliners of everything. Kaya nga, sabi ko, at least we have to learn tidbits of everything. Sabi nga ng superintendent namin, kung gusto mong maging isang principal, kailangan mo ring matuto yung natutuhan ng mga engineers. Kasi baka nag-build ng classroom, hindi mo alam na niluloko ka na pala. Yun nga, sabi ni ma'am, caregiver tayo, babysitter, master of all trades. Yun na nga, totoo yun. Mabuti pa yung nurse sa hospital kasi they're only taking care of the sick people, giving sa ano ba injection, ano ba yung mga medicines. Tayo pa nga mga family members, we are also helping our sick relative no inside the hospital. So yun lang ang ginawa nila. Ma'am, painumin mo na yung pasyente mo ng gamot o ito yung gamot. Yun lang ang ginagawa. Pero tayong mga teachers, ang dami-dami. Kaya nga, sabi ko, sana nakikita tayo no ng gobyerno na bigyan tayo na sana tayo ang bigyan ng malaking sahod. Cross our fingers, we'll be praying that. Kaya nga, ang dami-dami mga teachers na nagpunta abroad. Kasi doon, teachers are given the best salary and compensation. Kung doctor ka of education and you have these years of experience, you will be receiving a salary of 400 to 500,000 pesos, no? Nakaka-entice, no? Nakakabighani. Para bang gusto ko na ring mag-abroad. Kasi kalain mo 500,000 pesos yung salary mo. Ay, nakakaloka yun, bayad utang lahat. In less than a year, mababayaran mo lahat ang utang. Di ba? Okay. Yun na nga. Ang dami-dami yung mga parents natin, kailangan pa rin nating alagaan, baka magalit, at saka kang konti lang makikita nilang siguro mali sa kanilang paningin ng mga parents natin, i-broadcast na tayo, isusumbong na tayo sa mga ano ba yon, mga alliance of teachers na para bang ibabash ka. Kawawa naman tayong mga guro minsan na yung konting pagkakamali natin i-blow up ng media para bang nagmukha tayong kawawa. So sana nga, we are also praying na sana nakikita ng mga tao sa paligid natin kung gaano kahirap tayong mga guro. We are paid for 8 hours a day, but I know that the teachers, the principals staying in the school more than 8 hours. Yun na nga ang daming nag-abroad kasi they are teaching for 4 hours and they are paid, the least is 300,000 a month. Malaki pa kaysa regional director natin kasi sa amin lang division, more than 100 teachers are resigning and going abroad to different places of US and Canada and even Europe or Australia just to have this salary. Maybe I will apply this school year or next school year because I'll be receiving 500,000 every month. Sige, tayo na. Mag-apply na tayo. Ang dami namang nag-apply din sa DepEd. Joke lang. But anyway, it's up to us. That is our choices in life. It's up to us. It's up to you. But I salute each one of you that you are still here in our Department of Education in the Philippines, rendering your utmost services with, sige na lang, kahit maliit lang ang sahod natin, at least we have survived. Find ways that you can have sidelines, working virtually, kasi mga techie ng mga guro natin, baka pwede kayong mag-sideline 4 hours during nighttime, being a virtual assistant, mag-search lang kayo kung papaano para may additional income naman kayo. Huwag niyong gawing additional income yung pagbibinta ng ice candy. Huwag niyong gawing additional income yung pagbibinta ng mga school supplies sa ating mga mag-aaral kasi makadistract yon sa flow of our teaching learning episodes. Huwag niyo nang gawin yon. find ways, find time. Baka magkakaroon ka ng tutorial class, 2 hours every night, o online. Yung mga nagamit pa rin yung skills mo bilang isang guro. Huwag na yung maging vendor ka. Tapos na tayo sa episode na yan. Ibibigay na lang natin yon sa ating mga magulang na naging vendors din sa paligid natin, not palibot in vernacular, paligid natin, para makasuporta din naman sila sa kanilang mga anak na nag-aaral sa high school or maybe sa college. So yun na nga, teacher. So we have to maintain our dignity as a person and as a teacher, because we really need that. The respect, we are going to earn that respect from our parents, from the people in the community, because we wanted to maintain that high regard being a teacher, because that is really true. They will never become an engineer, a doctor, or any other kind of professions without you teachers, without us teachers. So that is why we have to maintain and to make ourselves also presentable in the presence or wherever we go, the presence of our people in the community. We have to be very keen about that. I guess I would like to request the staff to please share the first slide so that we can proceed. Kasi I have only up to 12, no? Okay. We are so familiar with the 7 domains of PPST. Kung ang pare, the priest, if the priest have a Bible na palagi niyang binabasa every day, pabalik-balik naman yun, yung mga verses, di ba? Every year, every day, nakaschedule na yun. So, for us teachers, we are going to equip ourselves. We are going to review, a quick review of the 7 domains of PPST if we happen to be a classroom teachers, that is Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. And there is also that domains for school heads, Philippine Professional Standards for School Heads, PPSH. And there is also that domains of supervisors. But even if you happen to be a principal right now, we are also going to learn or have this quick review of the 7 domains of the PPST so that we can also share this to your respective teachers. I know that we are all familiar with this, but for myself, maybe we have the same feelings that we really cannot memorize all these things. That is why we're going to review from time to time. So what are these 7 domains? Just a quick review of the 7 domains, because these are the things, or if we're going to equate this with the Bible, these are the verses that we ought to learn, we ought to remember. If we cannot memorize, we ought to remember from time to time so that we are guided, that we can deliver the best services to our school children, because that is the mandate of our profession, being a teacher. So what are these 7 domains? Kindly move forward. Okay, next slide, please. Because the staff is the one doing sharing the slides. I am just using my cell phone. Okay, the objectives for today: review the 7 domains of PPST and its strands, then give emphasis and learn on the Republic Act 7836 Code of Ethics for Professional Teachers, and learn the 25 ways teachers can be role models. So just a quick review of this. I know you already have in mind what are these things. We're just going to have a review because we need to. There is a need for us to review. Okay, next slide, please. Make it fast. Okay, domain 1. What is domain 1? Content, knowledge, and pedagogy is composed of 7 strands. So content, knowledge, and applications within and across curriculum areas. I guess that is part of your indicator in your objectives, that as you teach the particular lesson, you can teach your lessons and you can apply it across other curriculum areas. Kung nag-teach ka ng English, para bang ang content ng English lessons mo ay parang science, but English ang skills, parang ganon. Or ang content ng lesson mo ay araling panlipunan, or you can inject values, specifically values. We really can inject values in all other subject areas. Research-based knowledge and principles of teaching and learning. So we have to learn these principles of we have learned all this already during our college days, but sometimes we forget. So what about this? Principles of teaching. It can be a sort of principle of teaching and learning. Yung sinasabi, research-based nga, yung sinabi ko kanina na sa classroom setting natin, wala na yung maraming decorations. That is based on research. Then positive use of ICT. Kailangan, alam ko kayo, mas marunong pa kayo sa akin na nagagamit or gumamit ng ICT, yung mga gadgets natin is importante. Pag wala kang laptop, pag wala kang Android or smartphone, pag wala tayong smart TV, parang we lag behind. We really have make an appeal to your principal that you can be provided using the MOOA, that you can be provided with a smart TV inside your classroom. And make an appeal, engage your stakeholders, your parents, that they can donate a smart TV for your classroom so that you can use, it will help you deliver the lessons effectively using the YouTube lessons that we can find in the YouTube, the different activities there. Para hindi ka naman mapapaos buong araw. Imagine 1 year, ikaw lang palaging nag-uusap or keep on talking, keep on discussing, but with the help of the technology, with the help of the YouTube lessons, with the help of the games, ang dami-dami nandoon sa YouTube, provided na. Ang gawin na lang natin is to download and use that and see to it that it coincides, it drives with the lessons of the week or with the lessons of the day. So kailangan alam natin yon, yung pag-download, mag-upload. Ako nga, I am just learning a bit of this every day. Kahapon lang, I was asking from my colleague, my office mate, paano ba yung gusto ko yung makikita ko to sa screen, gusto ko yung kasi para madali makita ko yung yung gusto kong ma-copy and paste sa slide. So paano ko ba yun makikita para hindi na ako mag-minimize? So, gusto ko makikita ko tong dalawa sa screen ko sa laptop kasi i-copy ko na lang, i-copy and then i-paste ko na lang sa PowerPoint presentation. Hindi ko yun alam until yesterday. So my colleague told me, "Ma'am, ganito lang ang gagawin mo, i-press mo lang to, 'di ba? Nakita mo na." So you see, so we have to be humble enough to accept and to ask also a little help from our colleagues or from our from our office mates, from our teachers, if we happen to be the principal. So our colleagues, our co-teachers can help us. Yung younger than us, maybe they are very technologically or mas techy sila sa atin. So we can ask their help. And then strategies for promoting literacy and numeracy. This is the cry of the Department of Education that we are going to save our children from the bondage of poverty. What is this poverty? The poverty that they don't know how to read and they do not know how to compute or the basic mathematics. Because if our children don't know how to read, don't know how to solve simple mathematical problems, what could be their future? Think of it. Kung hindi sila marunong magbasa. So they will be caged. They will be trapped with the poverty. Meron bang mayaman na hindi marunong magbasa? Meron bang naging mayaman na hindi marunong ng basic mathematics? Wala nga eh. Wala nga. Yung mga mayayaman natin, maybe they are college dropouts or they are high school dropouts, but they are intelligent. They know how to read. They know how to compute. They know how the basic numeracy. So we are going to focus our teaching that our children, whether you are teaching grade 7, whether you are teaching grade 8, whether you are teaching grade 9, see to it that if it happened that you have a student under your advisory class, who is a non-reader. That is your sole obligation, and that is a blessing on your part that you can make this non-reader a reader at the end of the school year. Ma'am, it is no longer my problem because I am a grade 8 teacher. It should be the work or the responsibility of the grade 1 teacher or the grade 2 teacher or the elementary teachers. Stop blaming. The pupil or the student is in your hands. The responsibility is in your hands. Stop blaming and take that challenge that you can make this grade 8, grade 6, or grade 5 non-reader at a reader at the end of the school year. There is really that one. Take it as a blessing. You will never know that 20 years from now, 15 years from now, 25 years from now, that non-reader of yours, and that you make him or her a reader at the end of the school year. You will never know that that particular pupil or student of yours will be even richer than us or even smarter than us. And you are the instrument of making his future a brighter one. Isn't it amazing? It's very amazing. It is an act of kindness and a sacrifice that we were able to make this pupil a reader, or were able to make this pupil literate both in reading and in mathematics, even simple addition, simple subtraction, simple multiplication and division. Being an entrepreneur, kailangan pa bang mag-extract ng square root? Kailangan pa bang mag-extract ng cube root? Kailangan pa bang mag-memorize ng table of elements, ng scientific table of elements? Hindi naman Basic lang ang kailangan. Kung nagtatrabaho ka kung ang mga estudyante natin ay magtatrabaho sa mga hotels, kung sila ang ano ba yung tawag? Front desk officer, FDO. Front desk officer. Are they going to say that the cube root of 27 is 3 when you are going to approach them at the counter? No. What we are expecting from them? That they will be kind and courteous in greeting us. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome to Belmont Hotel. Enjoy your stay. Yun lang. Kailangan courteous. So we've taught them how to be courteous and how to be kind. Okay? So much for that. Okay, next slide, please. What is domain 2? Domain 1, okay. Content knowledge and pedagogy is composed of 7 strands. And then the strategies, the 5th strand is strategies for developing critical and creative thinking as well as other higher order thinking skills. Now, the central office gave or conducted seminars, national seminars, and cascaded down to the regional level, the higher order thinking skills seminars. Maybe some of you were able to attend, privileged enough to attend, because we really cannot attend all the seminars given or provided to us by our division or region because of the limited number of participants. So those who were able to attend, they're just lucky and privileged enough to join. That is why you are going out of your comfort zones today, attending this webinar, so that you are going to equip yourselves personally and professionally for your personal or professional advancement. Because maybe you were not able to attend division seminars or regional seminars because of the limited number of participants. Now, then the mother tongue, parang may move na this mother tongue will be demolished by next school year. Then Filipino and English and teaching and learning. That is very important that our children are very fluent in English, because nowadays the work of the generation of today, our generations of today, they are more into working virtually, that their employers are from abroad, and of course they need to be literate and they need to be fluent, or they are skillful enough in communicating using the English language, because internationally and globally, we are using the English language. So that is why I hope and I pray that this mother tongue will be demolished, will be stopped by next school year. Hindi naman nasabihin natin hindi nakatutulong, may natutuhan naman ang mga bata natin. Kaya lang, hindi magagamit ang mother tongue language. Nagkakaintindihan naman tayo bago yung mother tongue, di ba? Nagkakaintindihan naman tayo sa pamilya natin using our own very own language that we speak inside our family or inside community without this mother tongue. But today, even as teachers, if we wanted to work abroad, we have to be skillful enough in our communication using the English language. That is very important. Even nurses abroad, they have to pass the exam, no? The exam, what is that so-called, the using the English language, something like that. So that is very important. And learning the Filipino, of course, the Filipino subject, because all of us, we here in the Philippines, we can understand each other using the Filipino as our national language. Classroom communication strategies. Okay, you have different ways, you have different strategies in order that you can communicate to your children. Okay, forward, kasi ang dami-dami pang dapat I'm going to share. Domain 2, I'm just going to read this, not to discuss this further, because I am emphasizing on the code of ethics and the other one on the domain 7. Learning environment consists of 6 strands. Learner safety and security. Kailangan safe ang learning environment natin, na safe para sa mga bata. Kaya nga meron tayong Brigada Eskwela to see to it that the environment of our children are safe and that they are secure by the time that they're going back for the classes. Fair learning environment. We are going to be fair in dealing with our children. Management of classroom structure and activities. Yun na nga, yung classroom structure natin. I-diminish na yung mga decorations. And yung mga activities natin, fun-filled activities as well, so that our pupils believe that they learn so much when they can experience that through activities. Okay, domain number 3, move forward. The 4th strand of the 6 strands, kasi ang dami, there are 37 strands of the 7 domains. Support for learner participation. So we're going to support our learners. We're not going to insult them. Promotion of purposive learning. Yun bang, ano ba yung learning? May purpose ba yung learning? Ano ba yung natutuhan ng mga bata? Magagamit ba nila in the future? So, management of learner behavior. If you have 50 pupils, there are also 50 different kinds of behavior. So, as a teacher, yun na nga. Para rin tayong psychologist, that we have to understand the behavior of our learner. So, that is it. Ang hirap maging guro, di ba? Hindi yun na nga, we have to be very proud of our profession. Hindi lang, teacher ka lang. Ay, lang. Hindi naman, it's not easy. No, it's not easy to manage the behavior of 50 different kinds of behavior inside our classroom. Mabuti pa yung iba, nag-virtual assistant using 8 hours in a day. Ay, nag-earn ng 6 digits, 100,000. Tayo, 12 hours in a day. Ano lang, 40,000, 50,000, or teachers, 30,000, or even less than 30,000. Ang dami-dami pa natin ginagawa. Mayroon pa mga reports. So, paano na yan, ma'am? Let us just pray na makikita ito ng government natin that our salary will be increased. Sana yung 4 tranches of salary na pinapakita ng Facebook, nababasa natin, sana maging totoo yon na mag-increase para we are going to stay here. But if you find that you really have that need to go abroad and find your place there, seek for greener pasture to have a better income for your family. But I know that there are a lot of things that we're going to sacrifice, being homesick, away from your family, away from your loved ones, and with a different culture, with a different kinds of children or whatever. We already know that. It's up to you. It's our choice in life. Just be sure that you are strong enough to manage all the changes that may happen along the way, along our journey. Number 3, domain number 3. Are we still here? Am I still loud and clear? Kasi we really contextualize and make these things compact because we are going to end this session by 12 o'clock. No? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay pala ang signal nating dalawa. 50% from me, 50% from you. So we love each other. Loud and clear. Thank you, Ma'am Nemfa. Thank you very much. Okay, from where are you, Ma'am Nemfa? Liano? Please move to loud and clear, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Narichel. Okay, domain number 3. Diversity of learners. Yung sinasabi ko kanina, iba't ibang mga klase ng bata ang hinaharap natin every day. Yun na nga ang hirap. When I had my hyperthyroidism, when I was a classroom teacher, that was the moment that I decided that I have to be, I need to work hard to get the promotion of being a school principal because I had that hyperthyroidism. Kasi parang stress ka, palaging nagagasgas yung boses mo sa kaka-explain, hindi pa yon hindi pa yon gaano ang technology before, no, way back 1990s. Manila paper pang ginamit natin, nagsusulat pa, kahit ano na lang ginawa, mag-drawing, mag-cut ng pictures, maggawa ng simulated TV para mayroong TV na makikita ang mga bata. So, napakahirap. Ngayon, it's very fortunate our teachers now because you have the technology that can help you dishing out the lessons to our children. So we have the learners with disabilities, giftedness, and talents. Teachers, be very keen in observing your pupils. Maybe that pupil of yours is very silent and you regarded him as numb or dumb because he or she did not participate. But you never know. Baka yung batang yun ang pinaka matalino sa lahat. Sabi lang niya at the back of his mind, Ma'am, lahat ng sinasabi mo, alam na alam ko na kasi nabasa ko yan sa YouTube, nakita ko yan sa YouTube 2 weeks ago, kaya I don't like to listen to you anymore. So nagano na lang ang bata. Galit na galit ka pa kasi hindi siya nakikinig sa'yo. Binabato mo pa ng eraser. Pero ang hindi mo alam, genius pala ang batang yun. So we will never know. So be very careful of unleashing the potential of our school children. Sir Arnold, hope to see you. Cotabato is in Mindanao. Hope to see you early next year in Zamboanga City. Malapit pa sa Zamboanga City, yung Agusan. Ano ba yun? Okay. Learners in difficult circumstances. You will never know kung tayo ay mayroong mga problems, emotional problems, financial problems. Always remember that our learners, they have too their own personal and family problems that we do not know. That is why yung pinaka-bully sa lahat, yung pinakatahimik sa lahat, yung pinaka-harsh sa lahat, yung parang bigay ng sakit ng ulo mo inside the classroom, don't be too judgmental na yung batang yon na nagbigay lang ng sakit ng ulo mo, na gusto mo na lang siyang lumiban sa klase, gusto mo na lang na mag-drop out siya sa klase. Please, find time to discover what make this pupil of yours behave this way. Find time to discover because there must be something lacking on that particular student of yours. Yung palaging nagbubuli, walang love sa family yon. Kasi pag full of love ang isang bata from the family, nurtured with love, he or she cannot afford to hurt his or her classmates. So what he needs from you is not your insult, is not your magbully ka rin sa kanya. Nasabihin mo, will you please just go out of this classroom? You are just making me a headache. You're just giving me a headache. Nagbully ka na kasi galit na galit ka rin. You will never know na mayroon palang suliranin ang batang yon. And that is only his or her defense mechanism. Try to discover, be very, yun na nga, parang psychologist ka na rin. Hindi ka lang teacher, psychologist ka pa, doctor ka pa, nurse ka pa. guidance counselor ka pa, baka kailangan niya ng guidance counseling. Guidance and counseling. Kaya nga, kailangan tayo, ano ba, or i-refer natin sa guidance counselor para tama talagang magagawa sa batang yon. Okay, so that is it. Ang dami-dami, no, di ba? Sana nga mag-aabot ang it will reach the point na ang guro ang pinakamay malaking sahod. Di ba? Sana we'll cross our fingers because if we keep on dreaming, it will realize and it will happen. Cross. Learners from indigenous groups. Meron naman ganun. Kung you are at the hinterlands, you are assigned in the mountains, merong mga tao, mga bata natin, no, who belong to this indigenous group. So we have to extend our services, we have to extend our patience, kung ano-ano pa. And they are already included, no? They are already included in our classes. Okay, next domain. Domain number 4, because we're running out of time, I still would like to emphasize so much on the ethics of teachers. Curriculum plan and planning includes 5 strands: planning and management of teaching and learning process. Kailangan may lesson plan tayo. Yung lesson plan na ginagamit mo ay mas mabuti na ikaw ang gumawa kasi ikaw naman ang magtuturo. If magda-download ka, see to it na binabasa mo yung lesson plan na dina-download natin para alam mo kung paano mag-deliver sa learning na para matutuhan ng mga bata. Kasi the danger is, nag-download ka ng lesson plan, hindi mo binabasa, iba yung tinuturo mo. And here comes the principal, mag-observe sa'yo, ma'am, bakit yung tinuturo mo ay it's about nouns, pangalan, pero yung nasa lessonan mo ay pandiwa pala, verb pala. Ay, ma'am, sorry ma'am, hindi ko nabasa, download ko lang. Yun na nga. Plan and manage your teaching and learning process. That learning will really takes place. So it's good that if you're going to download the lesson plans, kasi there are a lot of available lesson plans in the internet, no, sa DepEd Tambayan, sa lahat-lahat, mag-click ka lang ng lessons, ang daming lesson plans. So you can choose from it and contextualize and read, find time to read and contextualize it in such a manner that it will fit to your children. Hindi naman yung you just download it blindly. Natutulog ka na, nag-download ka, bukas hindi nagtutugma yung sinasabi mo kung ano nasa lesson plan. Huwag naman ganyan. Okay ba? Learning outcomes align with learning competencies. So ano bang natutuhan ng mga bata? Dapat align yun sa mga competencies na itinuturo natin. Okay, domain number 5. Move forward because I only have 47 left and I would like to emphasize so much on domain 6. I don't like to discuss this further. Relevance and responsiveness of learning programs. Yung mga learning programs na yung ginagawa natin sa paaralan sana ay relevant din sa mga nasa curriculum. Professional collaboration to enrich teaching practice. Yun na nga. You ask from your colleagues. There is that learning action cell so that you can collaborate professionally so that you will know what are the strategies being used by this co-teacher of yours and you're going to apply it or adapt it so that you're going to improve your teaching practice. So if you happen to learn all these things, please, if you happen to learn a lot of teaching strategies, if you happen to learn a lot of reading strategies, please share it to your colleagues. Find time to share. Be available to them. Share what you have. Share what you got. Ma'am, baka sabihin na ay, hindi naman. During learning action cell ninyo, during meetings, maybe you can say to your principal, ma'am, will it be okay if it will be added to our agenda today that I'm going to share this particular strategy because I found this and have proven it myself that this is very effective in my class. Maybe this can also be benefited by our colleagues here in our schools. Something like that. Just be kind enough of sharing because we only have today. Remember that always, we only have today. Tomorrow is never promised. Teaching and learning resources including ICT. Sinabi ko na yun. Kailangan, you will be left behind pag wala kang ginagamit na using the technology inside your classroom. Hindi na makikinig ang mga bata kung maggamit ka lang ng Manila paper. Kasi yung Manila paper noon, chart natin noon, yun na nga ang PowerPoint presentation today. So, and then yung PowerPoint presentations natin, i-vary pa rin natin from time to time para hindi makasabi yung bata, ay, yung slides na ginamit ni ma'am, pag June yun, ay, December na, the same slides pa rin. Ay, iba-iba naman ang mga effects, iba-iba naman ang mga templates, ang dami-dami, no? So, just research. Okay, comment number 5. Let's move forward. Hi, hello. Anybody from Visayas? I've seen Bacolod. Yes, it is in Western Visayas. Bacolod is in Western Visayas. Yun, from Mindanao. Hope to see you face to face talaga. Hope to see you. From Mindanao, Nadia Malaco. From where are you, ma'am, in Mindanao? My husband is from Mindanao. From Bohol, Ma'am Janice, we will be going to Bohol on September 29 to 30. I hope you're going to share to your group chat because it entails 10 CPD units already. From Iligan City, I was there once, ma'am, in Iligan City. Yung Tinago Falls ninyo, ang ganda-ganda. Super maganda. Bukidnon, yes, my husband is from Bukidnon, particularly in Manolo Fortich. And ang dami-dami niyang mga relatives in Quezon. Mag-chit-chat muna tayo. Okay, sige. Thank you so much. Okay, assessment and reporting is composed of 5 strands: design, selection, organization, and utilization of assessment strategies. Yung assessment, hindi lang Socratic method ha. Hochschild Magellan, ay hindi ko alam ma'am. What is the center of the universe? Yun ang hindi ko alam. Diba? Design assessment strategies. Minsan na nga yung strategies natin sa assessment, isa lang. Yung type natin ng assessment. Pero actually, in the psychology of giving the assessment, para hindi sana uniform. Kasi hindi naman uniform ang intelligence ng mga bata natin. Tulad na lang ng, if we're going to ask all the animals to climb the tree, how can the fish climb the tree? So the same thing with our pupils. If we're going to give the same set of assessment, and they have different styles of learning and different styles of level of intelligence, they will really fail in your assessment. That is why part of our assessment strategy are the performance tasks. So I hope that we can unleash the potential of our children and we can provide them different assessment strategies so that it will fit to their learning styles and learning abilities. Monitoring and evaluation of learner progress and achievement. Imo-monitor natin kung natuto ba ang mga bata ko within this first quarter. Ang daming pumalpak. Ay, mga bobo pala sila. No. It is just something that it is a signal to us as teachers that we are going to revise our teaching strategy. Because if you have one strategy, single strategy, given to 50 pupils, it will only fit, and 5 or 10 pupils will only learn with that particular strategy of yours. Remember always that you have different kinds of learners. So that is the very reason that we are going to have to provide differentiated activities. Hindi natin kaya na individualize ang instructions, kaya i-group natin ang mga bata according to their levels para ang mga activities natin ay suited to their learning style and ability. Kasi iba-iba ang levels ng mga bata natin. Pero nga, ma'am, ang hirap. Ang hirap kasi, ma'am, mas it's easier said than done. That's very true. Yun na nga, mahirap talaga ang magiging isang guro. Kasi meron kang 50 pupils. Kailangan marami din ang strategies na gagamitin natin. From Sambuan, Cebu, Sambuan is in southern part of Cebu. Okay, thank you, ma'am, for attending this webinar. Before I proceed, I hope that this will help you for your reclassification and or promotion someday. Now, domain number 6, let's move forward. Lanao del Norte. I have a very good friend, ma'am, in Ma'am Salimona in Lanao del Norte, my classmate before. Community linkages and professional engagement consist of 4 strands. That is the domain 6. Yun na nga, kailangan mag-establish of learning environments that are responsive to community context and engagement of parents and the wider school community in the educative process. Kaya nga kailangan natin, we're going to engage our parents because they are our best stakeholders, the community, the local government officials, yung mga barangay officials natin, you have to engage them, you have to connect with them because they can help you. They can help you to have the education of our children, that we can deliver it at our utmost best. Because training a child and raising a child in the educative community, it takes a village. Mahirap kung ikaw lang. Kailangan natin ang engagement ng mga stakeholders. Okay, domain. Next, the next strands. Okay, this is it. I emphasize so much the professional ethics. That is strand number 3 of domain 6. We're going to emphasize that later. And then school policies and procedures. Whatever the school policies and procedures, hindi na lang tayo magko-complain kung hindi naman yun nakasisira or if it doesn't harm our human rights, para magaan yung yung pakiramdam, magaan yung mararamdaman natin, so that it will be easier for us. Whatever the school policies and procedures given to us by our leaders, we're just going to follow. Hindi na tayo mag-complain. Stop complaining. Hindi na tayo mag-complain kung ano yung mga policies na ginagawa ng ating mga leaders. We are just going to abide, and we're just going to trust them. If you feel that you are smarter or even brighter than those people at the top, it's all right. Find ways. Find your ways to take exams available so that it will be your stepping stone towards attaining that position that you want. So that by the time that you are there, you can set your own policies that you think is best for the common good of our teachers. For now that we're here, we're just going to abide the policy, in as much as I always believe that these policies and procedures given to us by the Department of Education, I always believe that the one who formulated this, they are thinking of our best interest and for the interest and the benefit of our children. Maybe sometimes there are ways that it doesn't meet our expectations, but if we keep on complaining, walang mangyayari. Mabigat lang ang loob natin pag we keep on complaining. So the best is we're just going to embrace it and follow it in as much as we are not hurting another people. Okay, let's move forward. The next slide is domain 7, the last domain of the 7 domains. Personal growth and professional development contains 5 strands. So the personal growth and professional development, what we are doing today is an answer to this, to develop or attain our personal growth and for our professional development. But in as much or more than that, it is my deep desire and heartfelt desire that you will be inspired, teachers, not only to work hard, but to improve yourself, to go out of your comfort zone so that you can push your limits and maximize your potentials, being the best version of yourself. Okay, the philosophy of teaching, ang dami-dami, no? We cannot just afford to mention it all here, but it is easier that we can browse the internet and read something about this. We already know that. Then the dignity of teaching as a profession, I highlighted this one because I would like to emphasize this later for the next few minutes left for us before 12. Okay, what is the next? The third and the fourth, fifth strands. Move forward, please. Number 1, philosophy. Okay, number 3 of the 7 domains. Number 3, the third strands, professional links with colleagues. Yung sinabi ko na kanina, it is better that we're going to engage with our colleagues, with our good teachers. Okay, professional reflection and learning to improve practice. Yung mga at the end of the day, at the end of the week, ano ba yung nagawa ko sa sarili ko? Ano ba yung nagawa ko sa mga bata ko? Are they learning? Masyado ba akong stress? Masyado bang everyday nagagalit na lang ako sa mga bata? First hour in the morning, I'm saying, sit down, stop talking. Hands to the desk. Parang ganon. So baka stress ka na. Why not start the day with a song, with a game? Let your children jump, let your children laugh, and laugh with them, play with them. Okay? Professional development goals. what are your goals as a professional teacher? Ano bang gusto mo? Of course, you are here. I am pretty sure that you are not going to stay where you are. If you happen to be a teacher one, think, move forward. 3 years from now, you'll become a teacher 3. Pag consistent ka for 2 years na outstanding ang performance mo, your step, example, you have this salary grade 11, or as a teacher 1, salary grade 11. As a principal, you have the salary grade 19, if I'm not mistaken. So nag-start ka ng step 1. And if you happen to have continuous for 2 years na outstanding ang rating mo, outstanding ang performance mo, your rating is an outstanding. So, mag-step ka. Salary grade to 19 from step 1 magiging step 3. That is the advantage of having an outstanding rating. If you feel that you deserve to be given the rating of outstanding, rate yourself outstanding and give the support. Give the MOVs needed. Give your accomplishments. What are your accomplishments as a teacher? What are your accomplishments as a master teacher? What are your accomplishments as a principal? Have it, compiled it, have an evidence-based portfolios to support your claim to be given the rating of an outstanding. If you feel you deserve it, take it, claim it, because that is of your advantage if you are going to apply to the next higher level of position. So that is very important. So what are your other goals? Maybe you wanted to become a superintendent someday. It's good. It's not bad. As young as you have that goal in your profession. If you want that, take the exams. Take available exams. And be sure that you are a graduate of your master's degree. You earn that master's degree diploma, because you cannot take this exam, the educational management test, of becoming as a passport to becoming a superintendent if you are not a master's degree holder. So if you are not yet a master's degree holder, find time, work for this, enroll in a prestigious or in a government universities near you, and avail of yourself of the graduate studies. Work for that first, and after that, take available exams so that it will be your ladder going to becoming a superintendent someday, years ahead of you. If that is what you want, why not? Maximize, dream, just dream big. Okay, next, what is okay, so move forward. We are done with the 7 domains, and I would like to emphasize for the remaining okay, move forward. For the remaining 31 minutes, I would like to emphasize on the professional ethics that is embodied in Republic Act, that is a law. For a while, that we'll read for a while. Republic Act 7836, Code of Ethics for Professional Teachers. I know you are familiar of this, but we're just going to read this for emphasis so that we will be reminded all the time. Our professional ethics as a teacher is a guiding principle for teachers to show proper behavior around the community at all times. Pag bungangera ka in the community, blah, 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 blah. You're not showing your professional ethics. You are not behaving professionally. So yun na nga, kailangan magtimpi, no? Pag may nagrarant sa'yo, sampalin, siguraduhin mo wala nakakita sa iyo. Di ba? Yung kayo lang dalawa. At siguraduhin mo rin na ala Angelina Jolie ka or ala Jennifer Lopez ka. Kasi baka yung teacher na gusto mong sampalin, ay baka hindi pa dumampi yung yung kamay mo sa pisngi niya, nang tumbling ka na kasi mas marunong pa siya sa iyo. So, yun na nga, never underestimate your opponent. That's the key. So, as much as possible, we're going to behave. Ang hirap, di ba? Ang hirap. Show proper behavior around the community at all times. Teachers should be good role models for learners kasi nakikita tayo ng ating mga bata. They need to establish and maintain a good reputation not only in the learning environment but also around the community. Ay nako, para tayong mga madre doon going around the community. This means the teachers are responsible for their actions and decision. Yun na nga, yung mga teachers kung going anywhere, be sure na teacher ka pa rin tingnan, ha? Hindi ka tindira ng isda. Or ano ba, tindira sa palengke. Kailangan teacher ka pa rin, no? Naka-lipstick. And then behaving the right way. Okay, next. The preamble. Magre-retire na lang ako, hindi ko talaga memorize ang preamble sa professional ethics. But we have to read, just read, so that we can be reminded. Teachers are duly licensed professionals who possess dignity and reputation with high moral values as well as technical and professional competence in the practice of their noble profession. So we have to be competent technically and professionally. You are not competent if you don't know the technology also. If you don't have the teaching strategies with you, you are not competent. And professional competence, that is professional competence, and we're going to practice it every day. And they strictly adhere to observe and practice the set of ethical and moral principles, standards, and values. Kaya nga, minsan makikita natin sa Facebook, na mababasa natin sa Facebook na pag mayroong mga guro na nagkakamali, ibabash talaga, irarant, i-blow up, i-bloat. Pero we have to understand, we're not going to judge because people are just victims of circumstances. We really do not know the story behind it. So might as well, our rant, our bash will never help. It will never help. Paka-silent na lang tayo. May problema ang guro, we will just wish na masosolve nila in their own way. Our rant, our bash will never help. It will never help. It will only add insult. It will only give insult to the injured heart already. Kasi alam na ng guro ang mga values, alam na nila ang mga standards and principles of being an ethical or being a professional teacher. Minsan lang nagkakamali ang guro, nagkakamali tayo. Kasi sinabi ko na, we are all victims of circumstances and human beings. Ay ma'am, that is an excuse. Hindi naman. Sino ba talagang perfect? Wala naman. Kasi, yun na nga, pag nagkakamali tayo, at least we've learned our lessons, and that if we know that we've committed mistakes, we have to be humble enough to say sorry, and we have that strong will and conviction not to do it again. I hope we are all striving every day, actually. Next, please. Kasi 25 minutes more. I really wanted to be with you, to engage with you, to converge with you in a longer period of time. Teachers, above all, section 1 muna. Sige. We'll just fast track this one so that we can be reminded from time to time. Section 1 for a while. A teacher is above all a human being. Yun nga, sinabi ko kanina, di ba? We're just all human being. Endowed with life for which is the highest obligation to live with dignity at all times, whether in school, in the home, or elsewhere. Kaya nga, pag pumunta tayo sa beach resort, nahihiya pa rin tayong magtupis. Kasi ibabash tayo, ay, nagtupis si ma'am. Okay lang, nagtupis ka. Sa beach resort naman, hindi naman sa simbahan. Alangan naman mag-gown ka sa resort. When it comes po sa dress code as teachers, pwede lang po ba na mag-post ng picture mo po sa Facebook? Hindi ko nabasa lahat. Hindi ko nabasa lahat. Yung teacher kasi, yung minsan nagtitiktok ang mga guro, kung masagwa tingnan, please don't post it. Only me na lang. Para sa'yo na lang yon. Hindi naman sinasabi natin na arrogance, pero yun na nga, part na nga sa teacher, as a person, as a professional, kailangan natin that we have to live with dignity. So, yung post natin, minsan may mga guro talaga, ako rin, ng video ko nagtupis. Para sa bashers, joke lang. Yung hindi naman masagwang tingnan siguro, and then, minsan i-hide na lang natin, only me. Minsan public, i-only me naman, public naman, only me naman. Para yun lang nga, tingnan lang natin na hindi masagwa talagang tingnan. Kung nagtutupis ka, siguraduhin mong nasa beach ka. Yung hindi masagwa talaga, yung hindi pangit tingnan. Pero kung sa tingin mo, ewan ko lang, pero parang hindi talaga pwede. Pero ginawa ko yun ha. Ginawa ko yun, joke. Ginawa ko yun kasi minsan may luka-luka din ako minsan. Joke lang. Kasi para bang I just want to liberate myself. I just want to experience that. Maybe I have that idea also. I'm not telling you to do the same. I have this idea also na bakit? Why not? No, 'di ba? Why not doing this? When everybody can do, other people can do, why not me? So as long as I'm not harming another people. But sometimes it's still a taboo for us teachers that we really have that kung sa beach naman kailangan magtupis, okay lang naman. Pero yun na nga, hindi lang natin ipopost talaga. Yun ang problema. So hindi ipopost. Sabi nga ng superintendent ko before, sabi ko, sir, nasa beach naman tayo, nasa resort naman tayo. I really would like to wear my swimsuit inside. It's all right as long as you're not going to post your pictures in the Facebook. Ko, okay, sir. So, di ba? Pero minsan nga, may hard-headed ako, so I posted it. So, yun na nga. Sanabing rin ng isa kong division, superintendent before, Inday, kasi Inday yung palayo ko, Inday, i-erase mo na lang yung post mo na nagtupis ka. Yes ma'am, i-erase ko ma'am. Kasi yun na nga, we have to live with dignity at all times. So, minsan yung mga nakikita kung yung talaga ng TikTok na masagwa or masamang tingnan, just refrain from doing that. See to it na hindi masagwa or masamang tingnan ang sarili natin para sa mga mata ng mga kabataan or sa mga community. Yun na nga, ang hirap, di ba? Okay, section number 2. I still have 23 minutes more. Okay, move forward. Section number 2. A teacher shall place premium upon self-discipline as the primary principle of personal behavior in all relationships with others and in all situations. Lahat ng sitwasyon, parang gano'n na lang gagawin natin. Diyos ko, Lord, magtimpi sa lahat ng oras na hindi tayo magkakasala. Yun na nga, ibabash talaga yung guro, di ba? Pag nagkakasala yung guro, ibabash. Yung ibang mga professions, bakit hindi sila nabash? Or baka hindi lang natin nabasa. Pero yung guro, pag nagkakamali talaga, ang daming nag-rant, ang daming nag-bash. Sino ba yung nag-rant? Sino ba yung nag-bash? Baka perfect. Baka perfect din sila. I can read, I can see all those posts, pero I never comment. Because, as I was saying, we are all victims of circumstances and we really do not know the struggles of that particular teacher. And who are we to judge, by the way? Who are we to judge? Kung perfect ka na, sige, mag-judge ka. Bakit ka mag-judge? Nag-aral ka ba sa law school? Bago ka maging judge, mag-law school ka muna, maging fiscal ka muna, bago ka maging judge. At bakit ka nag-judge? Teacher naman tayo. Okay? Joke lang. So, that is it. As much as possible, we will just be trying our very best, very hard. Because human as we are, we really commit mistakes. A teacher shall maintain at all times a dignified personality that could serve as a model worthy of emulation by learners, peers, and all others. We have to practice. It's very hard to practice. Model of behavior, model of the way we dress ourselves, that is our brand. Yun na nga ha, sa first day of classes, we're going to wear our uniform. See to it na yung uniform natin ay pinaplantsa. Walang gusot. And then we're wearing our best shoes. So kailangan clean shoes para makita sa mga mag-aaral natin that we dress professionally. We are dignified with our uniform, and itapon nyo na yung mga yung sira nyong sapatos at sira nyong bag, itapon nyo na. Bili na kayo ng may sahod na tayo, di ba? So this week, buy a new bag and buy a new shoes for you or a new uniform. A teacher shall always recognize the Almighty God as guide of his own destiny and of the destinies of men and nations. We have different religions possibly, but we worship the same God. And We can never question his power. So let us be guided with his grace and blessings. Section number 5, what is that? Any violation, yun na nga, any violation of any provision of this code. Ang dami-dami. There are really 13 articles no, sa Code of Ethics. Yun lang ina-emphasize ko. Not all, because we don't have the luxury of time. But the Article 12, any violation of any provision of this Code of Ethics, ang dami-daming articles, shall be sufficient ground for the imposition against the erring teacher of the disciplinary action consisting of, ang mahirap, pag-revocation of his certification of registration and license as a professional teacher. Pag malaki na talaga ang kasalanan, yun na nga, marirevoke yung license natin. Or kung ano pa, pwede pang, it is forgivable pa, we can be reprimanded or cancellation of our permit under the causes specified in Section 23, Article 3 of the Republic Act number 7836. So yung Republic Act 7836 sa Code of Professional Ethics, ang dami-daming articles, ang dami-daming sections that we really have to familiarize with so that we are guided in our day-to-day basis of living. Okay, next slide. Next, please. Sa strand 2 of domain 7. This is what I would like to emphasize, dignity of teaching as a profession. So there are career stages. No? One is to demonstrate. The second stage is adopt. The third stage is identify. And the fourth stage of the career stages of this strand number 2, dignity of teaching as a profession. This is strand number 2 of domain 7. This is what I would like to emphasize. Go back first. I would like to read first the previous slide. Act as a role model and advocate for upholding the dignity of teaching as a profession to build a positive teaching and learning culture within and beyond the school. Pag mag-backbiting ka, chismosa ka sa paaralan, stop it. Stop ranting, stop complaining, because it doesn't help. It doesn't help. If you have complaints, raise it to the proper authority, not backbiting. If you have concerns with your principal, go to your principal and talk to him heart to heart. If you have concern with your teacher, go to your principal and ask your principal na magkaayos or magkausap man lang so that you can be civil to each other. If you cannot be friend to all, because it might be impossible that we can be a friend to everyone, but it is possible to be civil and be professional to each other, to our colleagues. Okay, next. Next, please. This one. There are 25 ways of being a role model. Yes, 25 ways teachers can be called as role models. There are many reasons why students think of teachers as role models. One of the biggest reasons is the desire to become a role model for students to look up to learn from, and to remember for the rest of their lives. So, di ba? We can remember our teachers kasi ang ganda-ganda niyang ang ganda-ganda niya when it comes to how she dressed herself, her attitude, the way she treated us. Not so much of what we learn, but we remember our teachers, the way they treated us. And to remember of the rest of their lives, everyone has felt the power and lasting presence of an effective teacher who also had a bigger impact. Teachers are the ones who light the way for us in this world. So, yun na, kitang mga teachers, we are the guiding light of our students. And that is why we will serve as their role models. Di ba, when we were students, if we happen to have a teacher na para bang mediocre talaga, ano ba yung sinusuot ni ma'am? Ano ba yung bag ni ma'am? Ang pangit. Ano ba yung sapatos ni ma'am? Ang dumi. Ano ba yung uniform ni ma'am? Ang gustot. Diba ganon? Merong mga, yung estudyante pa tayo. But pag meron tayo, ay, ang ganda-ganda ni ma'am. Ang ganda ng kanyang uniform. Ang ganda ng kanyang shoes. Ang kintab-kintab. Ay, ang ganda ni ma'am na dress professionally, dress elegantly. Diba ganon? And that gives us impact. And we serve them as our models also when we were students before. like, isn't it? So that is why we also have to act as role models to our learners. It's very hard, but we will try. We will. Okay, next. Next, please. Next slide, please. I have 15 minutes left. There are 25 ways. The first one is being a role model as a teacher. I've searched a lot. There are a lot of ways of becoming a role model as a teacher. And I've searched, there are 10 ways, there are 13 ways. So I've just choose this 25 and we're just going to do it fast and quick. Anyway, don't you ever worry because we will be giving these slides to you and you can use this and you can browse from time to time or you can share to your colleagues or during your last session. Okay, be humble. It's not very easy to become one, being a humble person. Modeling it yourself. This isn't just true when you are right. You also have to show your students that it is like to be wrong and admit it. There are really times that we committed mistake, but it is part of being a humble person. That's an act of humility if we're going to admit that we committed a mistake. No matter how old you are, especially when you are in the front of several students who look up to you, it might be hard for you, but why not say, oh, I'm sorry, I've committed a mistake. This is the right one. I'm very sorry. Something like that. That shows how humble we are. Okay? Sometimes our colleagues, it's very hard for them to say sorry because they are playing victim. So we were not able to reach that stage of being so professional yet. Okay, number 2, because we only have 13 minutes left, so 1 minute per slide. Encourage them to think for themselves. Treat your classroom like a group of individuals and celebrate their diversity. We have to respect the diverse learners. Our learners are diverse. They're different from each other. Create activities and discussions that foster conversations and discovery about who they are and how they can appreciate the differences between each other. So encourage our pupils to discuss about themselves, to think of good about themselves. Okay, next slide. As a role model, we have to perform volunteer work. If you haven't engaged yet into volunteer work or volunteerism or charity work, find ways that you can join one. It's a very good experience if you're going to involve in volunteer work. Find a way to incorporate community service. We will read first, number 3. Number 3 first. Find a way to incorporate community service into one of your lessons and discuss how you can contribute to the community you live in. Ask your students to tell you ways to could perform community service as a group. For example, you are living in a community na ang dumi-dumi na ng ilog or ang dumi na ng shorelines or ang dumi na ng community. Part of your community service is children were going out. We'll meet at our church plaza and we can do some cleaning for an hour. Then emphasize the importance of cleanliness and then so that they will not also throw their garbage anywhere and they are also an advocate of cleanliness, your students. Kay pag hindi sila mag-advocate ng cleanliness, sila pa rin na maglilinis ng dumi. If other countries were able to maintain cleanliness at all times, why not we? Why not we? So there must be something wrong about it. Okay, next slide. Show empathy. Empathy. When you think of teachers as role models, we imagine sympathetic mentors who listen to their students. Sounds simple, right? All you have to do is show that you care. You care. Not just we're going to scold. Yung sinabi ko nga, if one of your student is sleeping, hinampas mo pa yung desk. Bakit ka natulog? Loka-loka. Gano'n ang bata. Hindi mo pala alam, wala siyang tulog kagabi kasi ang dami-dami pa lang niyang ginawa or meron siyang mga suliranin or nagugutom siya, wala siyang breakfast. So ang ginawa niya, natutulog na lang sa paaralan kasi walang breakfast. As they try to figure out how to move into adulthood, make sure they know you've got their back, that we have our support. I was really emotional the other day, last Thursday, when I attended the ALS closing program. Our students, no, our students in alternative learning system, our ALS students. Now there are completers or graduates in grade 6 in elementary, and there are 800 plus graduate or completers in grade 10, and they will be enrolling. So as I shake their hands, each one of them, I told them, never give up, enroll to the next higher level, enroll. Yung mga grade 10, sinabi ko, mag-enroll kayo sa grade 11 ha, karong yung opening na, this opening, yung mga grade 6, enroll sa grade 7, mag-enroll kayo sa grade 7, tuloy lang ang buhay, tuloy lang ang buhay. Kasi it hurts me so much seeing four grade 10 who march on stage who are pregnant. Two of them also who march on stage with their babies on them. Karga-karga pa nila yung mga bata nila kasi siguro hindi nila maiwan sa bahay or nobody can take care. So it hurts me so much seeing all of them. There are more than 1,000 of them march on stage, receiving their certificates of completion and graduation last Thursday. So it hurts me. And I hope, we are going to emphasize it to our children that while they are experiencing, or while they are having these regular classes, they're going to take so much of it, and they're going to take that opportunity. They're going to take advantage of that opportunity that you will serve as a role model teachers, as an inspiration to them to move forward, to complete their classes or to complete their schooling, that they can graduate as expected. Hindi yung magda-drop out kasi galit sila sa guro. Yun na nga. So, good enough na meron tayong ALS na kahit papaano, nakapagtapos pa rin ang ating mga bata. So, it hurts me. I was really emotional seeing those children. We have graduate who is 72 years old, receiving his diploma as grade 10. There are 60 years old, there were 55 years old. So it hurts me so much. Bakit nagkaganon? So at least they've realized that they go back to school and finish their schooling and maybe move forward to grade 11. So we have to show empathy. There are a lot of instances in our lives that our children, our colleagues needs our sympathy instead of chismis. Change the chismis into empathy. Change that rant into empathy. It might be very hard, but we keep on practicing and make it a habit. Number five, ang layo ko pa. 7 minutes more. Point out the positive. So yung positive na makikita natin sa classroom, that is something that we're going to point out. Huwag yung mga negative. It's never a bad role model for behavior. Number 6. Let's continue because we have 7 minutes more left. Celebrate the arts. Even if you do not teach a creative subject, you can incorporate music, discussions about art. Okay, di ba? May maganda, kahit nag-English lessons ka, meron ka namang i-include na music. And anything. Okay, number 7. I guess there's no need for me to expound this well, but we're just going to browse until we reach 25 because we have 6 minutes left. We don't have the luxury of time. Number 7 is send a positive note home to their parents. So we're going to inform our parents how, at least twice a year, how their children are doing inside our classroom. A positive note. So para ma-happy naman ang mga parents natin, gagawin natin yun at least twice a year. Number 8, move because fulfill your promises. Whatever you promise to your school children, fulfill it. Number 9, dress appropriately. Sinabi ko na nga, dressing in a professional way will keep students from thinking of you in a less respectful way. Dress appropriately. Even if I am sitting here in front of you, even if we're having this webinar, I'm still wearing my shoes, actually. I'm still wearing my shoes because for me, my shoes is my power and it gives me power and confidence. So, kahit hindi nyo nakikita, I'm still wearing the shoes. Stay away from social media with students. So be careful with what you have out there on your personal account. So careful what you are going to post in our Facebook. Yung sinabi ko kanina. Number 11. So that we can move fast. Encourage physical activity. It's important, not only a mental activity, but physical activity, because we know that our health is very important. Next. Give lectures about role models. Sino bang mga role models natin? Ang ating mga national heroes, they can be our role models. Our city mayor, they can be our role models. The barangay officials, they can be our role models. Our deputy officials. You yourself can be a role model, telling them your experiences and your way of how you made up yourself to become a teacher, how you made up yourself to become a principal. You can be a role model to your teacher as well. Okay, next. Number 13, have them read profiles, encourage. When you think of teachers as role models, we think of the classic novels and literature. Literature is shared with us, John F. Kennedy Nobel Prize. So, we're going to set examples, yung mga noted individuals as who possess courage, that we can see them and we can emulate them as our models, as a role model in our lives and the lives of our children. Number 14. Okay, we're almost done. Have them read profiles, encourage. Now, number 14. Number 14, we have 4 minutes left. Please move forward. I don't like to eat much of your time. Number 14, please hold a fundraiser. Mag-fundraising ka to help someone. Number 15, discuss world events. Ang i-discuss natin every Monday, it can be a world events or events in the city, events in the province, not events of the life of other people. No. Number 16. Have a potluck. Once in a while, have a meal with your students that celebrates your time together. Magbaon tayo lahat bukas. Dito tayo mag-lunch sa Silid Paaralan. Okay? Kasi birthday ng kasama ninyo, kaklase ninyo. So you bring your own baon and we'll have lunch together. Something like that. Number 17. Number 17, please. Work extracurricular activities. When your students see you working outside of the classroom to help your school function, it says you go the extra mile. Brigada Eskwela, you are doing extra mile of that. You are working extracurricular activities. Gulayan sa Paaralan, that's an extracurricular activities. And it will also help our students. Number 18. Number 18, please. Be organized and on time. The best way you can show your students how to execute their work is to show up on time and be ready to teach. Be punctual. If you're expected to be at 7:30, be there before 7:30, 7:20. I hate those who came in late. If you came in late, be sure you have that very valid reason why you came in late and dress appropriately. Number 19, practice random acts of kindness. How about you put an apple on every one of your students' desk? Ay, mahal yung apple, ma'am. Hindi bayabas, pwede yun. Guava, a piece of paper, ano ba, candy. Yung candy na lang, at least once in a while. Ay, makikita ng mga bata in front of their desk. Ma'am, may candy dito, ma'am. Sino? Ay, para sa'yo yan. Kasi ang galing-galing mo yesterday. Something like that. Okay, number 20. 20, please. Ask for input, the suggestions, but that some companies sometimes have for employees, yun bang mga recommendation box, yun. Or you are going to ask inputs from your colleagues to improve our practice. Number 21. 21, let's do it. Apply democratic ideas to class discussions. We're not going to stereotype. We're going to give a chance to others to express their ideas. Number 22, please. 22, invite guest lecturers. So if you find that there is somebody who is, we can say that he is a good role model to our pupils, we can invite them in a particular activity and have them talk about themselves or their accomplishment in life so that our children will be inspired to move forward, to go on with their studies, to go on with their life. Number 23, the last two, make them keep journals. So we always read that we have to write, or we have to journal, we have to write something in our daily activities, something like that. Even if we professionals, we need to have our journals, a part of our habit. Number 24, move forward, please. Click. Start a class garden. O, meron naman tayong gulayan sa paaralan. O, yun na nga, importante yun. We have to support the gulayan sa paaralan or a class garden in our backyard, back of our classroom. Okay, next. 25. Make them give a presentation on one of the role models. So magpe-present yung bata kung sino ba yung role model o yung model niya, i-present niya in a class presentation. And move forward. There are really a lot of ways that we can be a role model. However, from time to time, we're going to practice it. Not only that we're going to teach it to our children, but we're also going to practice it among ourselves because it's really hard. Learning the values, practicing the values, it's really hard. It's even harder than reading a book. You know? So it's really hard to make that, to engrave that traits, good traits and values in us, even how old we are. Every day is a learning day, a learning opportunity for us to develop good values and good habits. According to Dr. Seuss, the more that you read, the more things you will know, and the more that you learn, the more places you will go. And more, according to, move forward please, Eleanor de Green, education is one thing no one can take away from you. So that is why it hurts us parents, no? That we really wanted our school, our children, our very own children, our biological child, our biological children to finish their education because that is the only thing that nobody can take it away from them. If we're going, magpamana tayo ng bahay, mawawala siguro yun. Magpamana tayo ng lupa, baka pag-aawayan pa yun. Pero yung education, that is something that nobody can take it away from them. That is why education is very important. So we are going to emphasize it to our school children that they are going to be inspired and to aspire that they're going to finish their education up to college because the world is just so harsh, and that our children should be ready with this kind of the world that we are having today. So that is very important. Next. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Life skills is very important, not only mind, not only academic skills, but life skills is very, very important. Next. Next, no more. The aim of education is the knowledge not of facts but of values kasi that will give us the armor with the harshness and the harsh realities of life. The values that we have, that we practice as a good armor for us to shield from any sudden misfortune. That is according to William Isborough. Next is, lastly, never, never give up. This is really a very important line in my life that as a teacher yourself, if you happen to have a non-reader in your class, I am begging you, my dear teachers, never give up on that pupil. Make him a reader at the end of before the end of the school year, and that you are giving a positive impact on the life of your children as a teacher. Personally, it's up to you. What are you going to give up? If there is something that we're going to give up, if we can do it, our pride, but we are not going to give up our family members, our spouse, everything. But if depends upon the situation, if there is a need for you to give up that person because it hurts you that long, it hurts you so much, of course, you have to give that up. But if there is still a reason for you to hold, it's good to hold. But our choice remains ours. It is the best choice is not from me, but the best choice of not giving up or whatever is only with us, because we are the one who knows best for ourselves, not anybody. I am not the one who knows best for you, not your principal who knows best for you, not our leaders who knows best for you, but the one who knows best for our own self and responsible for our own action and decision is our very own self. And that is something also that we are going to emphasize to our school children at a very young age, that they know how to decide for themselves for the betterment of their own self. Ang importante, tayo ay masaya, because that is the very important thing, that we are going to strive for happiness because we only have one life to live. We're not going to make ourselves miserable. We have to make our life a happy one every day as much as possible because we only have one life to live. And if For us teachers, I would like to emphasize that never give up on your non-readers. Make them a reader, and we are not going also to give up on ourselves. Fight lang, laban-laban lang. Thank you very much, my dear teachers, my dear colleagues all over the Philippines, from Mindanao, Luzon, Visayas. Thank you so much for this beautiful convergence today. Hope to see you face to face, and that our paths will cross in due time, and that we can pat each other's shoulders and say hi. Thank you very much, and have a happy and blessed Saturday to each and everyone. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lisan, for the food for thoughts. And it's already 12, past 12. I am so sorry about that. But before we proceed, dear teachers, do you have any questions regarding our speakers' topics or something that you might want to add, suggest, or recommend? Meron po ba? You can also use our chat box. Thank you so much. I don't see any questions. All right, so thank you so much. Before we proceed with our lunch break, let me award their certificate of recognition. On behalf of HNL Training Center, I'm awarding this recognition to Dr. Herminia Layson for her invaluable and outstanding accomplishment as an international and innovative speaker during the conduct of international webinar for teachers and school administrators with the theme MATATAG, Bansang Makabata, Batang Makabansa, Teachers and School Heads' Responsibility towards Scaling Quality Education to Increase Impact, as per CPD Accreditation number 2019-329, held on August 19 to 21, 2023, which is equivalent to 24 hours via Zoom meeting, given this 21st day of August 2023. Thank you so much, Dr. Layson. And all right, it's 12:07 now. Dear teachers, we will have our 1 hour lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:05 maybe, so that you can consume 1 hour, almost an hour of your lunch break. So see you at 1:05 p.m. Just get back to the Zoom meeting, and after which we will introduce our second speaker. Thank you so much. Both students and teachers can develop simulations of projects they are considering. These simulations could be relevant to pretty much any occupation or vocation, the arts or area of study. And if you have seen a movie produced by Disney Pixar, you know what the blender does. So please help me welcome our speaker for today, Sir Lawrence Hyde.
Hi. Well, sorry, I just got this pop-up on my screen from Zoom, and I can't. Oh, wait. There, had trouble getting rid of it. Please bear with me today. I've been fighting a chest infection, throat infection for a few days, but I think we're going to get through this. So just we'll push on. So the title is Rules That Great Teachers Know About Classroom Behavior. And right now I've got this on full screen, and I should probably, whoops, I didn't want to do that, but I want to still be able to see you. And okay. Don't remember exactly how I do this. I can see people now, but my concern is that if you have any comments or anything is going wrong, this is, if I don't see your screen, I may not know. And things do go wrong. So if there's a problem with the slides progressing, please tell the moderator, and I think that she can talk to me, or if you're able to unmute your mic, if you're allowed to do that, please just don't be afraid to tell me if something is not working properly, okay? Because sometimes in the past, I have a new operating system now, so things are kind of new for me with Windows 10. So let's just try to go ahead. Okay. Let's start again. Okay, rules. Let's see, I'm on full screen again. Rules that great teachers know about classroom behavior. And you may or may not have had some background in this recently. I mean, I know you did when you went to school, but I guess I'm just going to go to the slides. In the early 80s, I worked towards a master's degree in behavioral psychology, which is why I specialized in children with autism and no speaking language. After I graduated from the university, I read my favorite book, though, on raising children. And let's face it, the best teachers are succeeding because they know the rules of raising children. And unfortunately, many children are brought up with an entirely different set of rules at home than they have at school. So, but usually they can adapt, and there's actually quite a large set of rules. And we're gonna learn some of those rules today. Dr. Reicher's book, and I hope you'll read it, and I think you'll want to after you listen to this, after we talk about it. if you have heard it, I'm sure you'll appreciate hearing it again. That's how important it is. And because there's a lot to it. 75 rules. The title is 75 rules that great parents, things that great parents do. As teachers, we deal with the same behaviors as at home, but maybe a little on a more complex level. So it's even more important that we know this information. And as I was going through it, I just couldn't help but think, wow, this is exactly the kinds of things that teachers need to know if you don't have that information. And I think there'll be definitely some things that are new for you. So the first thing is consistency, or always. Inconsistency in rules causes confusion, anger, and maybe even causes the children to delete the rules. Don't allow that. As was mentioned at the beginning, I'm still going to school. I have doctoral programs, and I can tell you that at least 90% of my teachers kind of give us a set of rules at the beginning of the class, and 90% of them break those rules. And, you know, it ticks you off, you know, because you try to do what they say to do, and then they don't require it, or, you know, then they let you go without doing it. And kids are no different. Always communicate the children the rules and stick to it, even if you need to administer a consequence. Because kids of all ages want boundaries, and they have expectations and rules that are clear, consistent, and logical. That gets to it, right? Clear, consistent, and logical. That's what they want. If you have that, you're not going to have any trouble. And as I said, if there's any problems with the slides, please let me know. A few months ago, I presented a shorter version of this workshop, and I came to realize that in the case of understanding behavior, more is better. Even though I had this background in behavioral psychology, the rules you're going to learn here are step-by-step specific rules that are better. Anyway, in the previous presentation, I had a prescription, and now I'll show you more options. And I'll show you more of the 75 rules to consider before you choose what to do in common situations. As I said, I never tire of reviewing this material, and you will like it too. Okay, so what are some of the things we're going to learn? Well, you know, if you're going to get a higher level of understanding and recall, you should have a few keywords that you're looking for and thinking about as we go through it. So I did that with you here too. What is discipline? That might surprise you. Pivoting, reframing, empathy, replays, fair warning, stopping the action, and social experience. That's experiments. That's just a few of the terms that you're going to learn today. Are some of those new to you? They might be. Okay, we will deal with these and many more. If we have the time, we should be able to get through quite a few of those 75 rules. And as I said, you probably want to know the others that we don't get through. If you buy the book, they also have a summary page. Okay, Good teachers focus on the near and the far. Okay, this is a really important one. You know, are you thinking about the near term or the long term with your students? Are you trying to, one example of that is, are you trying to fix your children's problems rather than letting them solve their own problems? Well, you know, I do that too. I have a child and I try to do things. I try to give them ideas because, gosh, I'm a great parent and I should be giving them interesting activities to do so that they'll be learning a lot. So the child is complaining that they're bored, and so we try to fix that and we give them some ideas and the problem is solved. So is this a near term or a long term solution? Some children, another example might be some children are yelling in the hall and they want something. Maybe the principal, you can see them around the corner, so we give it to them because we don't want to have a conflict in the hallway. So another thing that you'll see that I like to point out and work on is noisy classrooms, because that's what your principals don't want to see, right? They want to see classrooms that are focused on the activity that you're doing and not a lot of superfluous conversations going on, unless it's on topic. So what is the near and far? Giving the kids what they were yelling for, telling the bored kids what they could do. So that would be a near-term solution. So what is going to happen in the long term? The boredom is a part of living. And we could suggest something because obviously we have more ideas than your classroom children. More ideas than they do. I could suggest that they look around the room and think of their own idea, or maybe the next time they will try their own ideas. So that would be a long-term solution. Well, I think today I won't be trying the discussion because I don't quite have the screen working the way I want. Subtle, near and far, but not so subtle. Children love to negotiate, right? And we think, well, actually, that's a logical exercise of intellect and logic. So maybe they say, teacher, if we finish our long assignment, can we do the art lesson next? Well, that doesn't sound so bad. It seems quite reasonable in the short term. But what about the long-term consequences of conducting a class by consensus? What's going to happen? Are we going to waste class time stopping to discuss what will we do next? Are children going to get upset about not getting to do what is not their prerogative to choose to do anyway? It's your prerogative. So this will happen, right? So negotiating, we may offer them some opportunities sometimes to do that, but it's not going to be the norm. Okay, we have a set of slides here relating to empathy. Great teachers practice empathy. So that's rule number 6. And number 4, we realize that sometimes sometimes we let them make their own choices. But sometimes children feel that our impartial long-term decisions are heartless. One alternative for dealing with these realities is to make people feel understood. So that's how we deal with it. It is completely natural for you to express your personal understanding about how they're feeling, how they don't like what your choice is, and and you can extend to them your understanding for how they feel. So that shows your respect for how they're feeling about not getting what they wanted. Also, expressing your real experiences in life with that situation. If you can think of one, that's also demonstrating some empathy. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a real life use of empathy. Can you think of when an attempt to focus on feelings is required? Sometimes in winnable situations, it may seem in unwinnable situations, sorry, it may seem like feelings is the only avenue available to focus on. Children do need to learn about how their behavior affects others. It is a very mature thing for children to begin to understand this. Plus, there are two sides to empathy that we need to consider. Looking at it both ways, you will probably help your child understand it better. Simply, that's me, the teacher, and you, the student. Do we need to use this more? How can we use it? For example, again, I'm not going to go through the examples today because of the slide situation. What is the power of empathy? Children are well known to hold on to bad feelings. And in fact, they may project these feelings in ways even they don't understand. Actually, I talk about that quite a bit in one of my other lectures about emotions and how they're different as they become different as you become more mature and older. And you have more control over your emotions. At least you may not think so, but as we get older, because the upper brain is controlling the lower brain, the limbic system, and so on. But that's as far as I'm going to go with that right now. Interjecting empathy may not only diffuse unpleasant situations. Any problem? Everything okay? I see your face on my screen. Hello? Okay. I don't see any problems, so I'm gonna X you out. You're on my screen. Okay, oh, that's better. Interjecting empathy may not only diffuse unpleasant situations and power struggles, but it may help children understand their feelings, like anger between students or groups of students. And this is important. It's certainly been an issue in my country where children are able to get a hold of guns and things and shooting each other. But that's only, really a symptom of the fact that children are not learning to deal with their feelings and what the rules are and how you deal with feelings that you have trouble controlling. And when these situations come up, we need to realize that these are teaching moments. When you have a conflict between some students or someone comes in from the recess and has this big upset that's going on, this isn't a storybook. This is a real situation where children may not realize, okay, the books are just an analogy to real life, and they may not really realize how it is affecting their life. But these situations in real life, these are the teaching situations for teachers and children to learn how to deal with emotions. Children are more concrete thinkers. They need the examples to be very direct and right in front of them because they don't think the same way that we do. Let's see. My slide is not moving. Oh, okay. Now it is. Uh-oh. Okay, on the right slide. I don't know why I hung up there for a minute. Maybe it was the internet. Empathy may succeed where reasoning fails. Empathy shows that we are really listening. And it's relevant to children as well as adults. Empathy shows that we respect how they feel, or empathy requests that wish for them to understand our needs or the needs of others, like the teacher or like other students. Engaging in empathy touches our emotions and even enrolls a different part of our brain. So it may be the best way to deal with these issues when we have such high emotions and we get them to use their emotions in a more positive way. This may, in fact, turn ill will into feelings of goodwill and sacrifice when it's well done. Examples of opportunities for empathy. Okay, I'm going to see if I can move your picture. Okay. Using empathy works best when you can clearly convey to the student, yes, I get what you're feeling. Your own reflections of what they're going through may be appropriate and may make it more real. Then verbalizing the specific thing that the child or teacher is upset about is important. I know that you are angry and upset that snack times are being taken away from you this week, that there were not enough seats on the bus for our class and for us to go to the zoo and so on. And it could be as well, like the original example that I used of kids being, a group of kids or a single kid being upset about something. It's the same thing, same opportunity. Okay, we're hanging up. I can't get to the next slide. Okay. In a way, these are God moments. See, it eventually moves ahead. Rather than turning the situation into a gripe session, these are opportunities to write down grievances. So it could be a grievance session, but they can also be a chance to provide a vehicle, to provide a positive means of coping with pain and anger, rather than verbal or physical fights. They can learn to talk about it. As a teacher, you can even ask the children to search for something good and bad in a situation, or to explain why someone did something. Even provide situations or historical references if you can as a teacher, or putting things in a different perspective, in a different time, or a reason for giving thanks or gratitude. So again, other examples. You know, I have interesting one because I mentioned here COVID, typhoons, virtual learning. That doesn't exactly fit the idea of a conflict, but those are issues that affected education a lot, didn't they? And they didn't have, to me, they didn't have all bad effects. COVID had bad and good effects since since very few people I know died, because we had to learn, we had to look at some new ways. We had to, you have a question?
Dear participants, may I request for you to mute yourselves, please?
Yeah, well, if you have a question, I I don't mind. I'll try to listen to it, even though I don't hear you very well. But okay, we're going to keep going here. But COVID had some good effects too. I had to teach my daughter for all that time, and I think she got a good deal out of it. Okay, respecting children that have a different point of view. A second grader is struggling with their math assignment, for example, and he gets frustrated and he says, I can't do this. And the teacher responds, yes, you can. Let me show you how. Well, that might not actually be respecting his his point of view. So the teacher's initial response is a contradiction to the child's reality, irrespective of your intention of good. So maybe you might want to start by acknowledging his reality. Okay, I can see that you are having difficulty with that right now. And that's showing empathy. And then say, well, let's see, let's take a little break and a big breath, maybe walk over to the window for a minute and then come back and we will take another look at that. Or maybe you have ideas that have worked for you. And again, I really think today we don't have time for this discussion since I have a lot to get through and I know you'll want to get through it all. Examples of accepting another person's, oh, that little box gets in the way. Whoops. Another person's reality, sorry. Examples of accepting another person's reality. Student, I don't like this book. I don't like this class. I don't like him. I have a problem. Well, there's two ways of responding to that as a teacher. You can respond to, yes, this is so a great place. It's just like the other center that we went to, or the other museum that we went to. Or you can respond to it, oh, you think it is not fun here, huh? What's different about this place than the other place? Because I like it here. I see it differently because of this. And so but you start by acknowledging his point of view, and that's demonstrating empathy. After a conflict, the child is pouting. Teacher, don't cry, everything is okay. Or, you're feeling upset right now. I can see that. Can you tell me why? Do you think that these kinds of ways of talking could make a difference? Oh, these slides are not, I'm sure it's the internet. These slides are not advancing. And my slides are not advancing, but they will.
Sir Hyde, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are not seeing your slide.
They're not seeing the slides?
No, we cannot see your slide. Can you click on share screen once again?
Okay, I'll have to, let me check the slide number. Okay. Yeah, I can see it. Something's going wrong. Wait a minute, I have to. No, I don't want to leave meeting. Okay. I have to get this, move this screen over. And I have to go into Zoom. You know, I'm not, ever since we started today, I'm not seeing the other screen.
Can you go back to the Zoom meeting where you can see all the participants and then click
Yeah,
on
that is what I'm saying isn't there. It's not there for me. It's not there. So I don't know. Should I just try to sign into Zoom again? I don't know. Can you see what I see on my screen? I don't think so.
Oh, we are not seeing your screen at all.
Well, all I can try is to re-sign into Zoom
Yeah,
because
could you please sign dear teachers, please allow us to fix our technical issues. So Hyde, can you okay, I think that he already signed out. We just I need him to sign back in so that he'll be able to share his screen.
okay. Um, I can, okay, share screen. Okay. Okay, I'm on share screen. Do you have more suggestions? What do I do now? Click on screen or click
Yeah.
on my slideshow.
Yes, click on your slideshow. You can choose
Okay,
that.
because that's what I didn't do before, I think. Okay. Okay. You're seeing something now?
Yes, there you
Not
go. We can see your screen now, Sir Hyde.
okay. 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 So let's keep going here. Um, uh, unfortunately, it's covering it up. Okay. So I think it's your board is covering up the controls. So I'm just going to go through the slides. I can do that. You see the screen? We're just going to use that screen. That's the screen we're going to use. Since I can't control it. Okay, so 18. Great teachers show kids the way. This rule consists of many sub-rules. You can make inferences about the subparts of these rules by their title, like give fair and reasonable consequences. This consists of specific and unbreakable rule 28 and number 51, give speeding tickets. Some children respond well to a warning that they are approaching a consequence. Others do not. And I think that probably many teachers prefer not to use that, but maybe you'll change your mind after you see some more of these slides. Number 51, give speeding tickets. Children that ignore the warning receive a consequences. Well, rule number 50, natural consequences are the best teachers, like getting marked down for a late paper or an incomplete paper. That's a perfectly natural consequence. And there are times when natural consequences, but there are times when natural consequences are not an option. And there are some guidelines for creating consequences, which we'll also look at. Guidelines, meaningful, relevant, proportionate. The meaningfulness of a consequence would be based upon something that is important to the child at that time. I'll just give examples, and may change to something else at another time. Perhaps that would be something that would be removed, a toy or an activity. Okay. The relevance of a consequence would dictate that it would help to resolve a problem in advance, if possible. So, for example, removing crayons from the child who writes on the walls, making amends in some way, that might be relevant to someone that hurts someone else. Apologizing or replacing a broken item, that would definitely be a relevant consequence. Okay, one of you has your microphone turned, your mute turned off, or turned off. So please try to, yeah, shut, I think that's it. Okay, proportionate consequences. This is another important one. Avoid unnecessarily harsh or long-term consequences, not based upon anger from as a teacher, which we feel, of course. As students may tend to focus, though, on your unfairness rather than that it's a lesson to be learned. And really, we need to keep emphasizing that to the children, and that's what our emphasis has to be. So, and I think that children will begin to accept those consequences when they feel that they're fair. Guidelines, proportionate, actionable, and goal-driven. Okay, the speeding ticket concept applies. That's the one where, you know, you're getting close. You're gonna get a consequence, something like that. Someone going 10 kilometers over the speed limit would expect a smaller fine than someone who was going much faster. So make the offense proportionate to how serious it was. And sometimes we have emotions too, and we forget that, to do that. Actionable. The consequence needs to be applied quickly, consistently, and be easily enforced. And they need to make sense to everyone. The consequence should be applied matter-of-factly. The goal is not to punish. The goal is to avoid repetition of whatever it was that they were doing wrong. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. I'm going to look at my chat. Okay, well, there were some messages, I think, about the problem before. Okay. The consequence should be applied matter-of-factly. The goal is to avoid repetition, not to punish. At least some framework for consequences should be discussed in advance. Okay, somebody has your mute turned on again, okay? Thank you for checking on that, please. Please, will each of you check your mute? Thank you. Children with persistent problems may require some advanced planning. Sorry, the slides move a little slower because I'm doing it by hand. Punishment is only a small part of a behavior problem. It is based upon consistency of consequences. That's the major part of the problem. It is a part of the problem that includes number 47, giving fair warning, as well. It also includes being transparent, number 48, and clear about your reasons for doing what you're doing before you apply it. So you're transparent and clear. Although most of this discussion seemed like it's been quite punitive in nature, the goal is not really to reduce problem behavior at all. What it is to increase positive behavior. And that occurs best by rewarding positive behavior. Of course, I'm a behaviorist, I'm going to say that. Putting it all together, number 52, provide speed bumps. Kids are different. Some require different modified environments to avoid problem behaviors. So apply the knowledge that you have. Some actions are simple, like seating arrangements or having helpful neighbors. There's other students that can provide extensive consideration as additional problems are foreseen. We talk about other students, I'm going to take this moment to talk about the problems that I had when I was a student in grade 3 and 4 and so on, because I was attention deficit disorder, whatever you want to call it. And actually that's something that doesn't go away. Listening is not the easiest thing for me. But I mention that here because, I may have been attention deficit disorder, but I didn't want to be. Every time in my class that the teacher would give an instruction, I'm telling you, every time she gave an instruction, I missed the instruction. I wanted to hear the beginning of the instruction, but I had missed it. And all those years, nothing was done about it. Could the teacher have done something about it? Maybe she didn't really understand that every time, teacher, you give an instruction, I don't hear it. I'm somewhere else. You need to bring my attention to the instruction before you give the instruction. You have to tell me, like, heads up, look at the front of the class. Oh, if my teacher could have done that, I think I would have been a much happier student. So if you have attention deficit students that seem to be gazing around when you're giving the attention, when you're giving the instruction, you may think about maybe he's attention deficit and he's not focusing at the right time. And maybe he really does want to. So environmental modifications can avoid these problems sometimes. They may be simpler than dealing with the occurrence of the problem. For example, locking cabinets, and in my case, giving special instructions, use of scaffolding, hints for students that you know have particular difficulties. So there you go. Good teachers provide fair warning. Why is giving fair warning so important, and what is it? It's the cornerstone of loving discipline. Do you believe that? Loving discipline. Children learn that good behavior is a choice. Now you see what I'm getting at? Children learn from fair warning that they're not behaving and that they have a choice to change right now. And if they don't, then there's going to be a consequence. And you have to follow up on that consequence. Otherwise, the whole paradigm collapses. You have a choice to tell them in advance what the consequence will be. And there's more stuff coming up on this. 46, give a reason. It also helps children understand, not just the consequence, but also the reason for demonstrating good behavior. We understand that our feelings may change later without intervention. But those current feelings do not give us permission to misbehave. That's a good one, huh? This is really what we're getting at. We have bad feelings, we have bad emotions sometimes, and you can have those, but that doesn't give you permission to misbehave in the class, to hit someone. No, it's not acceptable. Rule number 11, great teachers allow kids to feel their feelings. Okay, kids have strong feelings. Kids versus adults, they're different. Okay, I mentioned a little bit about that. So having the strong feelings does not remove our ability to make choices. Now, this is a tough one for them to understand and accept. Making bad choices will have bad consequences. So there are limits. So we look back at Rule 46, provide warning and give a reason. Playing out rule number 7, great teachers give fair warning. Isn't giving fair warning just the same as a threat? Well, there are 3 differences. The nature of the consequences is related, as we talked about some of these things. How the consequences are communicated matter-of-factly, including rule number 46. And consistency. So it is different than a threat. And they're going to get used to the 3 steps. Our own personal feelings should not be part of the consequences. The consequences should be delivered matter-of-factly and should match the severity of the crime. Okay, we've touched on these. Keep in mind that children are little explorers, little scientists. I think this is such a great concept. They like to test things out. It's a very natural thing. And don't you think that that describes kids? They're little explorers, and they may actually be doing some of the things they're doing because they're exploring. What are they exploring? Well, whenever we say no, we may be at the cusp of a power struggle. Great teachers need to give a reason. So we give them a reason so that they may learn. They may learn to reason things out. And the reason is not because I said so. Okay, now we're looking at the little explorers again. Sitting on the dog is a bold adventure, and turning in your paper requires the same amount of effort if it is on time or a day late. But the reasons why you're losing points on your paper being explained to them may encourage some change. May not, but it may. It may take some time. Having too many rules may not be a benefit to the classroom. When I was teaching in a classroom, I think I had 5 rules. And I love the use of the rules. I would always point to the rule, and they're generic and they're generic and in scope, so that they can handle a lot of different problems. So, okay, so there is also a list of allowable behaviors. So strengthening autonomy is also good. Discipline with love. For most of us, providing discipline is not considered to be a positive thing. Our goal is to teach, not to punish or shame, right? That's rule number 28. Our aim for words is to reflect on a problem or a problem behavior, and not the child, not that the child is bad. Have you ever seen teachers forgetting this? Try to maintain your emotional connection with the children at all times. Consider your body language, even your physical interaction. Discipline does not involve the removal of your love or caring. It is only that you have a dislike for their disagreeable behavior. Discipline arises from the Latin word disciple. This is my favorite slide. Did you hear that? Discipline arises from the Latin word disciple. I think you all know what disciple means, don't you? A follower or student of a teacher. So we know Jesus had disciples, didn't he? And the way he dealt with his disciples is quite interesting. Empathy and love is implied. So discipline is not the same as punishment. Some see punishment as being very close, maybe just short of aggressive behavior, but aggressive behavior is also a negative behavior, isn't it? Even things like yelling, that's a negative behavior. And what is really likely to come out of that? What is the children going to learn? What is the child going to learn from you yelling at them? And again, we need to think about our children are little explorers, and it helps us understand that they're still trying to figure out what's up and what's down and how things work, and they're going to do things like this sometimes. I want to remind you that, oh goodness, can I have like 15 more minutes? Can I have
That's
like
okay.
15 more minutes? It's okay?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. I think that you're going to enjoy these slides, so I don't think you want to miss them. I want to remind you that just demonstrating appropriate behavior in a class, sorry, help kids develop positive habits. I want to remind you that demonstrating appropriate behavior to the class as a teacher is a part of rule number 22, showing students the way. And number 20, helping kids develop positive habits. Now, if you're a teacher that regularly yells, then please consider whether you are demonstrating those 2 points. Even though the near, which is the reduction of the undesirable behavior, is appropriate, but the far is not. Can you think of undesired effects, particularly if your classroom needs to be calmer and quieter? And positive reaction and having positive interactions between students. Great teachers maintain a warm and affectionate attitude. It can be difficult when children are pushing the limits of behavior in a severe way. If we withdraw from them emotionally or express anger or yell, we aren't expressing love anymore. I don't think that is the way that Jesus would have done it. And losing our emotional connection with the children is not going to help. Interestingly, withdrawing our love as a result of misbehavior is like saying to the child that my love is conditional to you upon your being good. Otherwise, I won't love you. In fact, we are responsible for enforcing reasonable, firm, reasonable rules. This might elicit anger or resentment. So our consistent love is essential. Teachers should expect their students to treat them with respect and consideration and kindness. Now it's the students' turn. Teachers rarely allow disrespectful or inconsiderate behavior intentionally. But this does happen. And when does this happen? I'm sure it's happened to every teacher, unless you're really something special. But why does this begin to happen? Teachers maybe not paying attention to the little behaviors as they start, or they don't know how to change that behavior, or maybe that behavior fits our understanding of how children are going to behave, or the teacher sees their own tolerance as an expression of their love. Allowing this dysfunctional pattern of behavior will likely result in establishing a similar behavior pattern with adults as well as they grow up. So we need to do something about it. And what are we going to do? Okay, now this initial slide goes through all the steps, and you may not completely understand it, but by the time you get to the end, you will, because I'm going to go over some of these rules. Number 71, stop the action. Okay, stop the action. What does she mean? What does he mean by that? 54, matter-of-factly point out the behavior and explain why this behavior that you're seeing is inappropriate. Number 72, ask for a replay. Here's a new concept. Do you know what a replay is? Do you know what stop the action is? Well, I think that's kind of intuitive. Ask for a replay. I think kids love to act, so maybe we can, next, number 73, rehearse the event in the appropriate fashion. 46, identify the rule they're breaking. Number 41, be respected as a teacher. Oh, that's another rule. Okay, I forgot that one. You need to be respected as their teacher. And just like a parent, you need to be respected as a parent. And the reason for the rule, the reason why we have this rule, why is it necessary? And also provide a fair warning if the behavior recurs. Now, really though, that's really complete. Now, if you understand how to use these, you can deal with this problem. If you understand what all these rules are. Okay. Number 50, and we're going to get to them by slide 50. This is a good place to review this aspect of our behavior plan, since it is possible, since it seems to have been possibly part of the issue of the respect of a teacher and being consistent. As teachers, we have all gone through school ourselves. All of us have experienced teachers who say things or make rules or give assignments and so on, and they don't adhere to them. And to be honest, our respect for those teachers declines. And it's no different with our students. We expect our teachers to follow through, and we prefer it. Why are teachers inconsistent? Okay, we touched on this. They're not paying attention. They don't notice their inconsistency. Or maybe they don't want to enforce the consequence. It may be an extra inconvenient effort or uncomfortable to deal with, or they may not know quite how to enforce the issue or the consequence. But stick around. We're gonna look at those rules on the slide. I think it was 35 again. An example of problems with consequences, which relates to the previous slide. First of all, poorly thought out consequences could be a big problem. Maybe a few children have begun to actually make some noise or tap their shoes on the floor. Maybe there's a test going on in the room and the teacher tells the class, those who continue tapping their feet will have their exams removed. Well, that might not have been the right consequence because it's going to cause problems later on. Another thing, we should always specify the reason. That is why the noise must be stopped. So let's keep going. Problems with consequences. Another thing to consider here is Rule 21. Distinguish between the goal and the method. A clever teacher may recognize that the original student might have stopped tapping because of the test. Maybe he was frustrated or angry. Maybe he couldn't answer some of the questions. And that might spur you as the teacher to say, okay, if you're having a problem with the test, please come up to my desk with your concern or what problem that you're having. Foot tapping will only cause more students to have more difficulty. And you don't want that. So the tapping needs to stop. Since good consequences may need some time for consideration, good teachers may call a rule number 66 a placeholder. This is a deferral of a consequence being announced. So that means that I'm not going to interfere with my test. I'm going to announce a consequence for the foot tapping later after the test. But this only works if you actually do provide a consequence after the test. Later, you will matter of factly be clear about the reasons for the consequence and tell them what it is. So we're still talking about solving problems with consequences. Part of that returns us to that great teachers show kids the way. as in, it is appropriate to come to my desk with your problem. And notice as well, this has also brought this difficulty to a much more mature, solvable, discussable problem, unlike the foot tapping, and has helped to diffuse the tapping behavior. So, even giving fair warning might have been something that you could have done. A possible, so we're able to return to a more mature discussion. Notice that the teacher's response also demonstrates empathy and presented more acceptable alternatives, possible consequences. Okay, so you have an assignment there. If you want to do it on your own, write two sentences about what to do when you don't understand something that I think he means that something that the children were doing in class. If you want to think, I think if you want to put that in the chat box, I'll try to read that and return your comment if you have something to say for that one, but not now. Things like, you are so great, teachers rarely provide non-specific praise. Things like, oh, you're so smart, you have such great talents. These sorts of non-specific praise may in fact lead the child to think that their talents and abilities do not change. Students should be led to understand that their abilities are changeable with practice. Behaviors like effort and persistence should be encouraged. Compliments such as good job should always be accompanied by the description of the accomplishment, like good job for learning all the words of that new song. That's specific. Children are little explorers. Children are natural explorers, and most of us recognize that this is a good thing for children to be. This is how they figured out how the world works, as well as how they will best get through what they want and need. Some of it has to do with physics. When you pour milk into dad's beer, it makes an interesting mixture. Some of it is a social in nature, like when I throw my food on the table, I get screams from my mom and dad. Those are other examples. Believe me, teenagers have examples that they're using too. They're trying out different things to see what they can get away with and what you're going to agree or compromise on. But children are still little explorers, and they're not little adults. So when your child misbehaves in the classroom or at home, he is wearing his white lab coat and testing his alternatives. The more clever, the more unique his experiments will be. What we want is for the kids to learn about their teachers. Anyway, what we want them to learn is that we are fair and reasonable. We can be relied upon to do what we say. Our alternative is to teach them how to push the wrong buttons. Sorry, an alternative is to teach them how to push all the wrong buttons to get attention, the attention that they crave. Or we can teach them to get the attention that they want in the right ways. Understanding that children's brains are also different. Children are a time and repetition intense endeavor. This may expose itself in different ways. Contrast adults who are able to stay focused until they complete the task. Children may get distracted, not all. Okay, I covered that one. Children may need opportunities to try again. And this provides us notably with two wonderful teaching tools which you may have never really considered. These include number 72, stage replays. Now we're going to get into this a little bit. And number 73, stage rehearsals. So now we're getting into completing the slide on that was like slide number 35, when the teacher was unable to deal with some student behaviors. Okay, staging a replay is particularly effective for students who do not seem to recognize that they may be the offending party. They tend to think that the disruption is being caused by someone else. But staging a replay may help them realize that. The student that doesn't realize that it's him that's the problem in this situation is the one that needs this the most. And it's for that reason, because they're probably a little bit slower to catch on to their behaviors being incorrect. It's important that this be done immediately. You stop the action and you immediately replay what just happened. And then explain to the students what happened. Continue the event by staging a new, improved rehearsal. Now, maybe you just have them do this in small groups, and then one of them will maybe you can give them 5 minutes for that, and then maybe you have some of them present it. Perhaps you think that you don't have time for this, right? If you have certain problem students, you cannot afford not to rehearse successful alternative sequences, and you know they need it. But this sort of activity is equally useful for students that may not understand a type of science or math or language too, right? It isn't all about behavior. If the students aren't getting it, you can stage a rehearsal and go through it again. And this is something that might be happening in a, you might be able to do it in a group. You might need to present it again. You might need to do it as pairs, but that's a part of our curriculum, group curriculum. Might this be a positive alternative to fighting about it on the playground? And children, we all know that children love role playing anyway. Good teachers know how to pivot. Sometimes this involves the art of changing the way you are going to say things, changing no into yes. So instead of saying, no, we're going to miss art today because you did not finish your math, we say, yes, we'll start our math as soon as we'll start our art just as soon as we finish our math lesson. And of course, they may not get it done, but that was what we were going to do. That is more positive, and it has the benefit of motivating the children to complete their work more quickly. Great teachers we're almost at the end, 3 more slides. Great teachers are paying attention to the small stuff. When there is a lot going on, it is easy to miss things like children speaking in a disrespectful tone of voice or too loudly. I have some simple rules for this. Get students accustomed to walking across the classroom to speak to you or to speak to others when this is allowed. No need to yell if you are close, is there? Other times, raising hands. Remind them that they are becoming grown-ups that they are learning how to talk that way. Depends on exactly what age you're dealing with. In the elementary, it's, I don't hear adults and older children whining like babies. Please repeat that in your grown-up voice, okay? Why is it that things seem so calm in a well-run classroom? Well, it's the small stuff. Teach children to develop and learn good habits. In the home, we teach things like washing our own plate, putting clothes away, picking things up in our room, and more. And I know when I went to school, we had rules, we had things to do in our classrooms too. We had some cleanup things to do, and I enjoyed it. There are also opportunities in the classroom. So what are your tasks? Some children have problems with organization and attention, like me. That was the other problem with my attention disorder. I could not organize my desk. And my teacher waited for me every day to be the last one to leave because I wasn't organized in class. I love my fourth grade teacher. You just don't, sorry. But there were things that she didn't do that I wish that she could have done because she did everything else. So, as a teacher psychologist, think of yourself as developing children's neural pathways during the early years. And as well during the middle years too. You're still doing that a lot, just at a higher level in middle school and high school. So develop these behavior pathways as trails through a forest inside their brain, which they tend to follow for the rest of their lives. Habits of thought, habits of feelings that will persist if they're reinforced. Habits of thought, like optimism, habits of feelings, like gratitude, will persist if they are reinforced. Oh, 2 more slides, almost there. Behaviors become a habit with frequent practice. Anything we say, feel, or think regularly becomes a habit. There are many opportunities for habit development in the classroom. And it isn't just doing daily or weekly routines. Frederick Douglass once said, "It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men and women." If you want children to read, make reading out loud part of the class. Make trips to the library or the corner library and provide opportunities. or read to them, like books like Anna of Green Gables or The Outsiders. Watch your own actions, and the children are watching too. They become habits. Habits become your character, and your character becomes your destiny. So I touched on this. A child with a messy desk does need your help. Help him develop a strategy. They won't learn this on their own. They need help. They need to be shown that particular behavior. That's their weakness. Break these tasks down into smaller chunks if that's what you need to do. Keep a caring student beside them to keep the student with the special need on his tasks. Maybe he can tap him on the shoulder. Oh, teacher's about to give an instruction. Maybe he gets used to just a tap on the shoulder, and then you're looking. But help your students by announcing class, eyes front, instruction coming. That's a pretty simple way to help all of your attention deficit students, and there's lots of them out there. These are common problems. So you can give me some other examples. We're not going to get to that. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry I went a little bit late. I knew this was a long workshop, longer than was expected. And if you have if you have any comments, you're welcome to put them in the chat box, and or if you have any questions. Again, the title of the book is in the first slide, and if you have a question, you can also email me. That should be on the first slide, I think. Yeah, it's on there. Okay, so if you have any questions, you just check. You can send me an email as well. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Sir Larry. Do you have any, dear participants, do you have any questions regarding our speaker's topic? Or anything that you might want to share with the same experience, something that you might want to add? Wala po?
And thank you for those of you that gave me all your attention today. I don't know if you can
Yes.
still hear me.
Yeah, thank you so much as well, the
Okay.
Sir Hyde. So before we proceed, allow me to go ahead and award the certificate of recognition to Sir Lawrence Hyde for his invaluable and outstanding accomplishment as an international and innovative speaker during the conduct of international webinar for teachers and school administrators with the theme MATATAG, Bansang, Makabata, Batang, Makabansa, teachers and school heads' responsibility towards scaling quality education to increase impact, as per CPD accreditation number 2019-329, held on August 19 to 21, 2023 via Zoom meeting. All right. Thank you so much, Sir Hyde, and see you around. By the way, Sir Hyde is also one of our speakers in some of our seminars. He may be one of our speakers in upcoming seminars soon. So if you want to join, once again, you can definitely message us for registration, for advanced registration. Okay. All right. So dear teachers, do we still have energy for our last speaker for today's webinar? Can anyone still respond and still active right now? Baka hindi po sila ma-unmute. Naririnig naman po ako, dear teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes po.
Okay, great. You can unmute yourself. Sige, thank you so much po once again, Sir Hyde. And all right, let's go ahead. And since our this topic is, the topic is condensed, so with that we can only conduct this within 1 day instead of 3 days, we will go ahead and move forward now to our speaker, next speaker. Our next speaker is a graduate of Doctor of Education major in Filipino language teaching at Cebu Normal University. She also graduated Master of Arts in Education major in Filipino language, also at Cebu Normal University, and a Bachelor of Elementary Education major in Filipino at Cebu Normal University. Her teaching experience includes 25 years of teaching for 4 years in University of San Jose Recoletos, 5 years in Cebu Normal University as a part-time instructor, 5 years in Talisay City College as a part-time instructor, 4 years in Lapu-Lapu City College as a part-time instructor, 2 years in Cordova Public College as part-time instructor, and 1 year in Mandawi City College as part-time instructor. She also taught 9 years in Sacred Heart School Hijas de Jesus and 2 years in St. Jude Early Learning Institute. Currently, she is connected in the Department of Education as Master Teacher 2, a grade level coordinator, school paper advisor, school screening committee member, and she's been awarded to some of she had gained several recognitions as well, which includes being an author sa Komunikasyon at Pananaliksik sa Wika at Kulturang Pilipino at Retorika, Masining na Pagpapahayag, National and Division Writer of SLM, and Division Editor of SLM. Dear teacher, please help me welcome our last but not the least speaker for today, Dr. Lizelle Borlasa.
Thank you, Miss Jonna, for that generous introduction.
Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, teachers. How are you today? How are you this afternoon?
We're doing great po.
Wow. That's better. Yeah, wait ha. Saglit. Okay. So, nakita
Wow,
natin yung
mata.
slide ko.
Ana rin ano kami nakatulog nas kanab.
Okay. Okay po. Okay, now, so, maganda no na you're doing great today and you still have the energy to listen to this next topic? Or inaantok na? Or may ginagawa or gagawin pa? Ano kaya? Hello? Naririnig niyo ba ako?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Akala ko disconnected tayo dahil wala akong narinig na sagot. Okay, anyway, so bago ko sisimulan yung the topic that I will be discussing to you this afternoon, let me first this quote that says by Jiddu Krishnamurti, "There is no end to education. It is not that you read a book, pass an examination, and finish with education. The whole of life, from the moment you are born to the moment you die, is a process of learning." Do you agree? Do you agree?
Opo.
Yes, ma'am, we agree.
Yes, di ba? Yes, tama yan. So, nung tayo isinilang, meron tayong natutunan, di ba? Nagsimula tayong natuto araw-araw. Hanggang ngayon, natututo araw-araw. So though, even we are now teachers, but still we are learning, di ba? Sometimes there are topics or things that we do not know which our student knows, di ba? Sang-ayon kayo niyan? Agree? Yes. Diba? When we have our discussion, when we have our sharing, diba? So, meron din tayong natutunan mula sa mga kasamahan natin, sa mga estudyante. So, there, sabi nga, learning is a continuous process, diba? So, hindi yan humihinto. That's the reason why we are here this afternoon, right? So, to continue learning. So, kung ano yung mga natutunan natin, siguro dagdagan pa natin para magamit natin sa pagtuturo. O kaya, baka meron tayong natutunan noon, tapos kinalimutan natin, pinatulog lang natin, tapos ngayon gigisingin natin. Okay? So, my topic this afternoon is about teaching strategies. Okay? In the 21st century teaching and learning. Now, I know we have lots of strategies this time, especially diba, in our PPST, it says there the ICT integration and the differentiated instruction will come in, diba? So, paano natin yan gagawin? It's siguro with the use of our strategies, so iba't ibang strategies, especially that, diba, we are now in learning students, diba, the students or the learners with ano yan, the LSEMs. Yeah, then we have the inclusive education. So yun, we need to differentiate the instruction that we will be teaching and we will be giving to our students. So now, the objectives are the following. Determine the way in integrating ICT into teaching and learning. So, makikita natin yan sa COT natin, the ICT integration in our discussion, diba, in our teaching. And then model the effective applications of content knowledge within and across curriculum teaching area. So how can we how can we integrate our topics, our subjects to another subjects, so across the teaching area? And then makikita natin yan sa PPSC 1.1.3, and develop and applied effective teaching strategies to promote critical thinking as well as other higher order thinking skills that can be found in the PPSC 1.5.3. Critical thinking, di ba, with the use of the hats, and how are we going to ask questions to our students to promote and develop their critical thinking. Okay. So, strategy means a generalized plan for a lesson which includes structure, instructional objectives, and an outline of plan tactics necessary to implement the strategies. Diba? This is according to Stone and Morris and Isaac 2010. So there, a plan for a lesson. So, diba, kumbaga, ito yung magsisilbing gabay natin para sa patutunguhan natin. Okay, yon. Paano nga ba natin gagawin yung yung paksa natin, yung pagtuturo natin na maging aktibo at kapanapanabik sa mga mag-aaral? So what's the difference between methods and strategy? So when we say methods, it consists of principles and approaches that are used by teachers in presenting the subject matter. So it is a micro approach. Whereas the strategy, it refers to the approaches used by teachers to achieve the goals and objectives of the lessons. So yun, di ba? Yun ang ginagamit ng mga guro para matamo yung layunin natin sa araw na yun. So it is a macro approach compared to methods. So again, methods is only a micro approach, whereas the strategy is macro approach. Its purpose is to create conducive learning environment. So that's the difference of the two. So what are the types of methods? The teacher-centered methods, learner-centered methods, content-focused methods, and interactive or participative methods. What do you mean by teacher-centered methods, diba? This is now the teacher is looked upon by the learners as an expert or an authority. So, meaning, yung guro lang ang laging nagsasalita doon, nagpapaliwanag tungkol sa paksang tinalakay. So, tinitingala siya ng mga mag-aaral bilang siya yung may kakayahan na magpaliwanag sa paksang tinalakay. So, yun. As an expert, di ba? Or an authority. So, yun ang pagtingin or tingin ng mga mag-aaral sa teacher, sa guro. Okay, yun. So, example is the lecture methods. Okay, yun. Whereas learner-centered methods, the teacher becomes a resource rather than authority. Iba kanina sa teacher, ikaw yung magsasalita dyan, ikaw yung magbibigay lahat, ibibigay mo sa kanila. But this time sa learner-centered methods, so ikaw lang yung resource, hindi ikaw yung authority. Kung baka magbibigay ka, ikaw yung magiging gabay sa pagtatalakay ng mga aralin. So, you discuss, you ask questions, and then let the students answer and discuss the answer of that questions. And then let them discover kung ano talaga ang paksang pinag-uusapan. Okay, yon. And then content-focused methods, it is both the teachers and learners have to fit into the content that is taught, di ba? Content, so ano yung nilalaman? So ito yung nilalaman, ito yung paksang pinag-usapan. So kailangan both the teachers, yung guro at yung mga learners have to fit in kung ano yung nasa content. Iyon. So like program learning approach. So naka-program na yan yung mga approach. So yun ang gagawin. Ito yung dapat gawin. Ito yung gagawin hanggang sa matapos yung talakayan. Interactive or participative methods means that this are driven by the situational analysis of what is the most appropriate thing for us to learn or do now given the situations of learners and teachers. So this require a participatory understanding of varied domains and factors. So yun. So analysis, magbibigay ng sitwasyon, di ba? So situational analysis, ano yung pinaka-appropriate na bagay na dapat matutunan. So that's the interactive. So interactive meaning bawat isa ay nakikilahok sa pagtatalakay, pagbibigay ng mga solusyon sa mga sitwasyon na inihayag. So yun. Now, what is the vision of having a digitalized, di ba? Yun, ano yan? The component of the 21st century classroom. So yun. So as you can see in the picture, of course, so we can say that the classroom is ano na siya, 21st century. Why? There is a digital projector, the interactive whiteboard, there's a sounds, di ba? The speakers, the audiovisual system, then the student response system. So I know and I understand that not all of the classrooms, diba, in our schools has this components, this mga projector, these materials, right? But some schools, like in yung naturuan ko noon in USJR, yeah, bawat classroom talaga, meron siyang sound system, may television. So, pag nagpo-project ka doon, pag gagamit ka ng mikropono, andon nakahanda na lahat. Okay, yun. So, kung ano yung gagawin nyo, so mas madali, ba? Pero sa like in the DepEd, so, siguro, may mga paaralan pa rin na kung saan walang ganyan, di ba? Meron pa ba? Or lahat meron na, knowing na lagi tayong binibigyan ngayon ng DepEd ng ano, yung laptop, yung tabs, di ba, para ipagamit natin sa mga students natin. So siguro with that, matutulungan yun, di ba? Makatutulong yun sa pagtatalakay na magkakaroon ng interactive. And that if there is also an internet connectivity, right? Kasi ano naman magagawa ng, especially if you're going to have a game, no? Then nasa ano online ka, tapos in your class, so yung mga ano yung mga nasa online, di ba, yung mag-games tayo, tapos pag walang internet connection, so wala pa rin. So dapat ano, siguro we have ICT rooms na kung saan may internet sa magagamit dun, pero siguro hindi naman lahat ng subject din makakagamit doon, especially if the ICT subjects na yung sa like CSS magkakaroon ng pagtatalakay na doon, magkaroon ng klase doon. So siguro ano lang siguro siya, parang magpapabook lang kung kailan ano, hindi talaga araw-araw, di ba? But I know in the classrooms we have this na the whiteboard. Siguro ewan ko kung gumagamit pa kayo ng chalkboard. Sa amin may chalkboard, may whiteboard din. But then ako, ang ginamit ko lagi yung whiteboard na, di ba? Para walang dust sa ano. Tapos, yes, may mga television, may projector. Yeah, television could be a replacement of the projector, especially if ano, pag walang projector, television na lang, magpapakita tayo ng video, maglalahad ng PowerPoint, at iba pa, so that could be helpful. Now, so yun. And then, yun. According to David Kelly, 21st classroom is highly augmented with technology that allows kids to be one-on-one. So it's like to have a playtime rather than to have people sitting around with a teacher in front, diba? So meaning, mas lively yung 21st classroom kasi it is designed as to for students to interact with the use of the technology. Yun nga lang, magkakaproblema tayo, especially sa internet connection, because not all the classrooms man na makapag-connect ng internet. Okay, yun. So, what are the 21st century skills? I know na alam na natin ito, di ba? So, ito yung dinidevelop natin, nililinang natin sa mga students natin. Yung skills nila, ano yun? The 4Cs, right? The collaboration, communication, creativity, and critical thinking. So, para mainhanda sila sa kanilang kolehiyo o kaya career readiness nila. Tandaan yung exit sa senior high school, di ba? So, maaari silang magkakaroon ng magtrabaho, or magkaroon ng sariling negosyo, o magpapatuloy sa kanilang pag-aaral. So, yun. Kaya, dapat na yung 4 na kasanayan na yun ay malilinang na bago pa man sila makapagtapos sa kanilang pag-aaral sa sekundarya. Yan. So, yun yung sinabi ko na yung magiging exit ng K-12 graduate. So, higher education or middle level skills development, entrepreneurship, or employment. So, with that, of course, with the help of all that skills, the information, media and technology skills, the learning and innovation skills, life and career skills, and effective communication skills, na kung saan nililinang natin holistically sa kanila, di ba? So yun, makatutulong yan ng malaki pag sila ay makapagtapos na ng kanilang pag-aaral. Now, so in the 21st century skills, so what are the instructions? Like in critical thinking and problem solving, of course, the instruction is that the teacher poses a problem and asks students to solve it or research for answers. It's critical thinking. So paano nga ba natin hahasain ang kanilang kasanayan sa pag-unawa, di ba? Paglutas ng mga suliranin. O paano? Magbibigay tayo ng question. Tapos ano lang yung mga tanong na gagamitin natin? Ano, kailan, sino? Madi-develop ba yun? Malilinang ba yung critical thinking nila with that kind of questions? Now, pag hindi nakasagot yung estudyante niyo with your question, so hihinto ka na lang, ibibigay mo na lang yung sagot dahil hindi nila nakukuha? Or ano ang gagawin nyo? Ano kaya ang gagawin nyo? O, yung kayo, nagtuturo kayo. So, di ba, naranasan yung magtanong sa mga estudyante pagkatapos hindi nila nasagot yung tanong ninyo? So, ano yung ginawa ninyo? Ano kaya? Wala? May gusto bang magbahagi dito? Meron? Wala? Or naririnig niyo pa ba ako? Ano kaya?
Po.
Yes. O, sino gusto magbahagi? Wala? O, yung nagtanong kayo, pagkatapos hindi nasagot yung tanong ninyo, ano yun? Hinayaan nyo na lang yung tanong na yun? Oh, sige, okay, let's go to next question. Ganun lang ba yun?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Sige. Ano po yung ginawa niyo, ma'am?
Pwede pong ibahin yung tanong or di kaya maghanap ng ibang estudyante na pwede makatulong sa kanya po.
Yes, so pwedeng ibahin ang tanong, di ba? Halimbawa, naghahanap ka na pero wala talagang estudyante na sumagot dahil kumbaga nalilito kaya or hindi nila nakuha yung tanong. So dapat baguhin, di ba? Or baguhin nyo. So pag hindi nila nasagot yan, o sige, maghanap ng parang titingnan nyo lang kung ano kaya or paano kaya nila ito masagot. Ano kaya ang tanong ang ibibigay ko para masagot o gusto kong makuha yung sagot na ito? So yun, babaguhin lang, di ba? Yun. And then, maraming salamat ma'am sa partisipasyon. And then communication. So teacher raises an issue or topic and students express their ideas with foreign media. Diba? Sa pamamagitan yan, pag naglalatag ka ng issue. O sige, kayo na ang bahalang magbigay ng mga ideya. O ano kaya ang masasabi ninyo tungkol sa issue na ito? So pwede bang ibahagi nyo yung inyong mga opinion, mga ideya tungkol sa issue na ito? Diba? So sa pamamagitan niyan ay nalilinang ang kasanayan ng mga mag-aaral sa pagsasalita. Okay? Nalilinang ang kanilang kasanayan sa pagsasalita gamit ang wika. So siguro wikang English o wikang Filipino, it depends upon on the subject. Okay. And then collaboration. So teacher provides a task and students work in teams. Collaborate, di ba? Collaboration. So teamwork, cooperation. So yun. Just like the di ba, the group work or group activity, mostly saan natin yan makikita pag tayo ay nagtatalakay? Sa anong bahagi ng I-plan natin or ng DLP natin makikita na nandun yun, present yung collaboration in what part of the LPs or DLPs? Saan kaya? Na ipapakita yung collaboration? Sa? Where? Wala. Sa?
Yes po, ma'am. Sa mga karagdagang gawain po, pwede.
Correct. Yes, maaring sa paglalapat, karagdagang gawain, di ba? Yes, karagdagang gawain. Yung sa paglalapat, the application, mostly, di ba, nandun, nagbibigay tayo ng group activity, or even before the lesson, the discussion of the lesson, like our, like motivation, di ba? Yes, makagawa. Pwede rin, di ba? May papakita yung collaboration. It depends kung ano yung pinapagawa mo. Okay? Yes, sa paglalapat, tama yan, Ma'am April. Okay, yun. And then, creativity. Creativity, teacher presents a challenge and students design a solution. So, mapapakita talaga ang kanilang pagkamalikhain, di ba? O paano nga ba maipapakita yung kanilang pagkamalikhain? O magbibigay ka, makikita din natin ito sa paglalapat, di ba? Application sa mga gawain na ibibigay natin sa kanila. Or that could be rin in assignments, di ba? Yeah, depende yan sa paksang tinalakay at sa ipinapagawa mo sa kanila. So yun, na kung saan makikita ang kanilang pagkamalikhain. Halimbawa, paggagawa sila ng video, di ba? So yun, naipapakita din nila yung kanilang pagkamalikhain. O bibigyan mo sila ng ng task, ng gawain. Ito yung gagawin ninyo. Magkakaroon kayo ng role play, but then you will present it in a video form. So yun, magre-record sila, di ba? So, or magkakaroon ng pagbabalita, ganun. So, makikita nila doon. Okay? So, yung mamalilinang ang kanilang pagkamalikhain. Okay? So now, why integrate man the ICT? O, palagi natin yan sinasabi, ICT integration. ICT integration, does it mean ba na kapag tayo, teachers, ay gumagamit na ng PowerPoint, that is already considered as ICT integration? What do you think? Ano? Ano kaya?
Radio lesson.
Sa? Like, gagamit kayo ng PowerPoint sa pagtatalakay, gumamit na kayo ng television or projector and then laptop. Matatawag na ba natin yan na nagkakaroon na kayo ng ICT integration?
No.
Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
No, ma'am.
No.
Yes. Okay. No yung sagot.
Pwede.
Okay. Yes. Tama si Ma'am Mary. Concept. Ayan. Tama, di ba? Hindi na nangahulugan na tayo ay gumamit ng laptop, ng television, ng projector, or ng Bluetooth speaker, ay nagkakaroon na tayo ng ICT integration. when we say ICT integration, yun yung paggamit ng technology, paggamit ng mga bata, di ba? Kung paano ginamit ng mga bata yung technology. Halimbawa, pag nagkakaroon ka ng, yung sabi ko kanina, pag nagpapa-video ka, di ba? Or nagpapagawa ka ng vlog, so doon, di ba ginamit nila, syempre gumamit sila ng cellphone or laptop pag nagre-record sila. So, yun, yes, tama yun. If we let the learners get involved and use the technology, that's integration, correct? Thank you, Ma'am Mary Concept. Yeah. So, yun, tama. Pero pag sinabing gumamit lang tayo ng laptop, hindi yan ICT integration. Laptop, television, and like mga Bluetooth speaker or whatever, microphone is only a materials, di ba? Kasama yan sa mga kagamitan na ginamit natin sa pagtuturo. But it's not an ICT integration, okay? Malinaw. So, yun. Yes. And then, technology is a way adaptations. It's people do, di ba? Yeah. Tayo yung mga tao ang gumawa doon. Yes. So, now, how do students learn? And how can teachers help students learn better? Paano nga ba? Paano matuto yung mga mag-aaral natin? Paano matutulungan ng mga guro na magkakaroon ng magandang or mabuting pagkatuto, madali ang pagkatuto yung mga mag-aaral natin? Okay. So, of course, why integrate? Because it improves student learning by creating better lessons, right? Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes. Diba? Nag-improve. Tingnan nyo, especially that we are now in the higher technology, diba? So, napakabilis ng teknolohiya natin ngayon. So, kaya nga, yung mga estudyante natin, mas mabilis pang natuto kaysa atin. O, tingnan nyo kahit nga sa cellphone or ano pa yung mga bagong, dyan, diba? Alam na nila, tayo hindi pa natin alam yon, pero sila may alam na. So, yun. So, kung gagamitin natin yan sa klase natin, siguro, mas gaganahan yung mga estudyante natin, right? So it increases the rigor of academics and the quality of learning. And stimulate curiosity and interest. So mapupukaw yung interest ng mga bata. Halimbawa, lalo na paghapon, di ba? Usually, paghapon na pagkatapos ng lunch, yun, parang gandang itulog, kahit na nga tayo, yun, parang inaantok, ganon. So, yun, siguro gagawa tayo ng paraan kung paano nga ba natin ma-integrate yung ICT para magkakaroon ng interactive na pagtatalakay. Then engage learners and motivate students. Yun. Pag inaabangan yan ng mga estudyante, di ba tingnan nyo, tinitingnan lang yan ng mga estudyante natin kung ano kaya ang ipapagawa ngayon ni ma'am. Ay, gusto ko si ma'am kasi ganito. Araw-araw, meron talaga kaming laro kahit na 3 minutes or 5 minutes, di ba, using the technology. Or meron kaming gagawin na ginagamit namin yung teknolohiya. So gusto ko yun, yung pagdating sa bahay na magkakaroon kami ng recording or whatever, magkakaroon ng vlog, or ipopost namin sa Facebook or sa Messenger, ganon. Gusto nila yun, di ba, inaabangan nila yan. So kumbaga, may mga estudyante na kung saan sasabihin nila, ay, ayaw kong mag-absent ngayon. Ay man, hindi pwede mag-absent. Bakit? Kasi may klase kami sa ganitong subject, di ba? Kasi inaabangan nila kung ano yung ipapagawa mo sa kanila. And then improve how all students learn the content. Siyempre, yung mga gawain or like mga laro or mga gawain na pinapagawa natin sa kanila with the use of technology, siyempre dapat, di ba, naka-align yan sa content. Huwag namang magpagawa ng mga gawain na kung saan walang kinalaman sa paksang tinalakay. Diba? So parang wala lang. Kung ganoon, di ba? Nagpapagawa ka, nagbibigay ka ng gawain. Pagkatapos, hindi naman pala yun ang tinalakay mo. Para ano pa? Di ba? So yun. And then, differentiate instruction. So dito na, di ba? Dito natin malalaman differentiated instruction. So yun, parang may papangkat natin, sino yung mahilig na ganito, o sino yung mahilig sa sayaw, o sige, mag-TikTok kayo dyan. Sino yung mahilig sa awit, o sige, mag-ano kayo dyan, maglahat kayo ng reels, or ano pa, or sa, ano nyo sa YouTube, di ba? Parang ganun. O sino yung mahilig sa mga, gustong yung magbabalita, di ba? Magiging newscaster. So yun, may mga apps din yan na para talaga silang nagbabalita tapos nag-act out, sino yung mahilig sa yung sa pag-acting. So yun, magkakaroon yan ng recording excited yung mga bata niyan. And then formative assessments with immediate feedback. So yun. So technology integration asked teachers to teach in ways they were never taught using tools that were not invented when they were in school, di ba? Nung tayo ay bata pa, yes, aminin natin, or ako lang, ha? Okay, sa akin lang, yeah, noon wala pa yung technology, di ba? O ano yung gamit ng mga guro sa pagtuturo, o it's, yung board, di ba? O pisara, o chalk, Manila paper, ano pa yan, gugupit-gupit pa yan ng mga larawan at iba pa, so wala pa yung technology. So, yun, ngayon, so nagtuturo tayo niyan, pero hindi yan itinuro sa atin noon, hindi tayo tinuruan yan noon, di ba? Hindi tayo nakagamit niyan dahil hindi pa yan na-imbento noon. Kaya ngayon, so we have nothing to do but to also upgrade ourselves, di ba? So kailangan nating matuto sa ayaw man natin at sa gusto dahil nagtuturo tayo. Kailangan nating i-upgrade, kailangan tayo mag-upgrade at mag-up to date kasi mas advanced pa sa atin yung mga mag-aaral natin in terms of technology. May mga mag-aaral talaga. Though hindi lahat, I know, dahil may mga mag-aaral din na like walang gadget, di ba? Walang ganon. Pero may mga mag-aaral na kumbaga curious. Okay, ganito, ganyan. O kahit na yung pinakamurang na cellphone, o bibili lang sila basta makapag-Facebook, makapag-Messenger, at makapaglaro, ganon, pwede. So doon, makapag-scroll sila kung ano yung mga nandun, yung mga apps, paano yun gagawin, di ba? Paano lalaruin. So yun. So teachers are innovative, content-driven, and process-oriented to ultimately improve student achievement. So yun ang dapat na magiging tayo, di ba? Kailangan magiging innovatibo. So yun. So magiging oriented para magkakaroon ng improvement. Yung achievement ng mga mag-aaral. Okay. So the goal of technology integration is to use technology seamlessly in the classroom so that the technology itself is invisible in support of learning and standard-based curriculum. So yun, I know there are schools na kung saan pinagbabawalan nila yung mga estudyante na magdala at gumamit ng cellphone, magdala at gumamit ng laptop within the school campus. Though they have also the reasons why, di ba? Kasi siguro, sabi nga nila, kasi noon may mga estudyante daw na kung saan parang nakita ng guro, kumbaga, na may ginagawa ganon. Kasi mas madali sa kanila ang pag-communicate. It's because of that cellphone. Ganon. Then, iniiwasan din nila yung mga, di ba, yung mga mahahalagang bagay na mawawala. So, yun. So, dapat, pag magdala rin sila, dapat ipaalala natin na iingatan nila and be responsible sa kanilang mga dinadalang bagay. Then, pag magdadala sila sa school, dapat gagamitin nila. Example, pag pinadala nyo, dahil kailangan talagang gamitin during your time, dahil may papagawa ka, so yun, kailangan nagagamitin nila during your time lang din. So example, pag cellphone, pag gagamit sila dahil magkakaroon ka ng laro, tapos kailangan nilang mag-participate o lahat, o open your cellphone, ganito, o punta kayo doon sa link na yon, tapos gano'n, di ba? So, dapat during din ng time mo. Ipapaalala lang na huwag gamitin kapag may klase sa iba tapos hindi kailangan. Yun. So, hindi naman siguro masama pag magdala sila ng cellphone at laptop, pero kailangan lang na ipapaalala natin sa kanila kung kailan dapat gamitin at saan dapat gamitin. Tapos, kailangan ding ingatan. So, kailangan nilang bantayan para hindi mawala. Then employing technology provides a variety of new ways to learn, and in the process, fosters independent thinking, problem solving, and collaborative learning. So with that technology, gustong-gusto yan ng mga mag-aaral natin, di ba? O magsasabi, ay ma'am, ako dito ma'am, kami ma'am, o ito yung gagawin natin, o sige na guys, ito yung gagawin natin, o di ba? Parang excited talaga na gagawin yung gawain nila with the use of technology. So, how is technology used as a tool to enhance education? Of course, to communicate, to collaborate, to content engagement, and to organization and management. So with that, it expand and maximize learning view, the favorite online resources. So yun. So tech enhance lesson planning map as a guide. So how teachers plan to use technology? So yun, you have to save the technology integration planning map and enhance lesson plan tool. So magkakaroon kayo, kung gusto nyo, magkakaroon kayo or gagawa kayo ng technology integration planning map and enhanced lesson plan tool na kung saan makikita natin doon na sa paksang ito yung gagawin namin with the use of technology. Di ba mas madali na lang pag nagtuturo tayo? So paano yung gagawin? So you brainstorm a lesson objective you teach. So mas maganda pag yung uunahin nyo, yung alam nyo na. So create one lesson plan for your idea. So example, pag ilan kayo sa isang subject na yan, example 5 kayo, o sige, mag-brainstorm kayo, sige, sa topic na ito, sa paksa na ito, ano kayang gagawin natin? Paano natin ma-integrate yung technology? Diba? So yun, you can have your, parang, yung I-plan, yung lesson plan. So, i-shared na, diba? Pag nagtuturo na kayo, meron na kaming nagawa, ito yun. So, yan ang pinagagawa ko actually sa mga teachers ko dito. Sabi ko sa kanila, o sige, pagkatapos ng brigada, next week, pag wala na kayong gagawin, hindi na kayo busy, pwede. So mag-assign tayo. So week 1, ikaw yung gagawa ng lesson plan. So tingnan mo kung anong dapat na nandoon, yung differentiated instruction, yung ICT integration, etc. Kung ano yung dapat doon, yung mga activity. And then tingnan natin, i-check natin kung tama na ba yun. So, i-QA natin. Pagkatapos, i-share natin sa lahat ng nagtuturo niyan. Diba mas madali? Tapos yung isa naman, sige, ikaw na naman sa week 2, week 3. Sige, ipasa nyo para ma-check. Para pag simula ng klase, meron na kayo nakahandang lesson plan. So, yan. Mas madali na gawain na, di ba? Hindi na yung parang individual na tayo nagagawa everyday, ganun. So, mas madali pa ganun. Tapos, pagdating din sa halimbawa, pag nag-ano na, like quarter exam, di ba? So, pag quarter exam o departmental na exam. So, isa or sige, mag-contribute kayo ng ng tigilang number para sa mga competency na yan, na questions, na tanong para sa competency na yan. So, yun, mas madali na, di ba? Hindi na masyadong mabigat. Yung pagtuturo natin, mas makafocus na tayo. So, pag nakahanda na yung I-plan, ihanda rin yung mga like gawain yung PowerPoint, yun. So para i-upload na lang doon o kukuha na lang doon yung teacher. So mas madali na lang. O the next time, o pag may mga babaguhin, magkakaroon ng assessment, di ba? O ano yung mga mas maganda o ano yung dapat nating baguhin doon, i-enhance pa natin. So yun na lang, di ba? So hindi na masyadong parang burden na sa mga guro na marami yung gagawin. So the top 10 integration tips. 1 is to start with a lesson you're very familiar with. and have thought before focus on the learning objective. Diba? Pero alam nyo, depende yan sa tao, ano. Kasi minsan, nauna tayong gumawa ng layunin bago pa natin maisip yung gawain. Minsan din, nauna natin yung gawain bago pa natin maisip yung layunin. So, depende talaga yan sa tao. So, kung sa palagay mo saan ang mas madali sa iyo, so go for it. And then make it interactive and fun. So, with the use of the different strategies. So, yun. And then problem-based activities will engage and make relevant for students. So, yun. Kailangan yung nakikilahok yung mga bata. Kailangan makaugnay sila sa mga gawain, makarelate sila. Relevant for them. Especially the problems na magbibigay ka ng mga suliranin, especially yung mga suliranin talaga na meron silang maibigay or maiambag na mga ideya. Okay, na pwede nilang makagawa sila ng solusyon. Huwag rin bigyan ng suliranin na kung saan kahit na nga tayo nahihirapan sa paglutas. Okay, so do it yourself first. See one, do one, teach one. So di ba mas makikita natin pag ito, o ginawa mo muna yan, okay, so dapat pala ganito. Di ba makikita natin kung ano pa yung mga dapat baguhin, ano pa yung dapat natin i-enhance, dinangin. So yun. Then build relationships. Kasi di ba nga magkakaroon kayo ng mag-brainstorm kayo. So yun, sa pamamagitan yan, parang napatatag ang inyong pagkakaibigan, ganon. Talk about copyright often, di ba? Copyright, yes. Para maiwasan yung pagkakaroon ng plagiarismo, right? Yes. May mga tao na very sensitive to that issue. May mga tao kasi na kung saan yung halimbawa yung iPlan kumuha doon pero pagdating na sa pagpasa na binura yung pangalan sa totoong may-ari noon tapos pinalitan ng kanyang pangalan. Now, nang nakita ng may-ari, syempre magre-react yun. Di ba sa akin man yan, dapat natin i-acknowledge kung hindi sa atin, di ba? Naalala ko, may nagsabi sa akin noon, nagbabahagi siya, sabi niya, Ma'am, alam mo, meron akong nasulat noon na parang maikling kwento yata yun. Pagkatapos, pinapasa sila. So, pinapasa sila. So, pinasa niya sa kanilang school head. Pagkatapos daw, ewan ko kung hindi ko talaga alam kung ano ang totoong nangyayari. Basta yun lang ang sinabi ng teacher. Tapos sabi niya, alam mo ma'am, ilang buwan ang nakalipas, nakita ko na lang na kumbaga, na copyrighted na yung sinulat niyang kwento, pero yung nagpa-copyright, yung school head na. Sorry for the school heads, pero hindi lahat ganoon. Pero yun ang narinig ko na comment mula sa guro. So, yun nga, sabi ko, bakit hindi mo pinaka-copyright? So, siguro noon, hindi pa masyadong issue noon yung copyright, So, yun, hindi siguro niya naisipan na talagang dapat ganun para hindi makopya ng iba. So, nung nagkakaroon sila ng kumbaga, di ba, pinagtagpo sila doon, nag-usap, at sinasabi o tinatanong kung kanino talaga yon. Wala namang may pakita yung guro. Tapos yung isa, nagpapakita ng copyright. So wala siyang magagawa. Excuse. Kaya, yung siya yung may gawa, pero iba ang nakikinabang. Kasi iba na nagpa-copyright ng kanyang gawain. Okay, yun. Saglit lang, 1 minute. Inuuna ako ng tubig. Okay. And then know the standards. So state, NETS, information literacy standards. So yun. And revise teaching style to accommodate technology. Yun. Pag may mga iPlan na tayo, tingnan lang. Para mas madali, so titingnan nyo lang, meron ba itong ICT integration? Gumagamit ba ito ng technology? Pag wala, revise. Siguro hindi mo kailangan i-revise lahat, but siguro yung lang yung mga gawain, ganun, na kung saan naiakma pa rin yung sa layunin. Dapat, kung ano yung nasa layunin, di ba? Halimbawa, saan natin makikita, di ba 3 yung domain sa layunin natin? Ano yon? Sa iPlan? Ano yon? Ano yun? Sa
None.
ano? Tatlo. Knowledge. Tapos,
Teacher.
Psychomotor.
psychomotor and affective, di ba? Affective, cognitive, affective, and psychomotor, right? So sa cognitive, saang bahagi ng I-plan natin yan makikita? Yung cognitive. Sa knowledge lang yan. Saan? Saang bahagi? Sa paglalakay, sa paglalapat, sa evaluation?
Pagtalakay sa evaluation.
Pagtatalakay, di ba? So, nandun. So, halimbawa, pag sinabi nyo, naisa-isa or naibibigay ang kahulugan ng, di ba? Nabanggit ang kahulugan ng pangalan, ganun. So, sa discussion, tama. Then, sa affective, saan natin yan makikita?
Expression, affective.
Affective. Di ba? Damdamin.
Ay, damdamin.
Ano?
Application din siya.
Sa application? Application ba?
Group activity.
Sa paglalahat, valuing, di ba? O kung ikaw ang nasa katayuan ni Juan, ano ang gagawin mo? Or gagawin mo rin ba ang ginawa niya? Bakit? O di ba? Ganun. O sa lahat ng mga tauhan, sino ang pinakagusto mo at sino ang pinakaayaw mo? Bakit? O, di ba? So yun. And then yung psychomotor, saan natin yan makikita?
Group activity.
Sa
Application, ma'am.
application, tama, sa paglalapat, di ba? So, yun. So, sa application. So, dapat malinaw ha. Dapat din magkaakma, di ba? Magkatugma. Kung ano yung nasa layunin, dapat yun din ang nasa gawain natin. Dahil may nakikita ko na kung saan ito yung layunin pagdating doon sa gawain, wala. Sabi ko, saan dito yung nasa layunin mo? O ito yung gawain mo, saan? Ano ang layunin nito? Parang hindi magkatugma, di ba? Iba yung layunin, iba yung gawain. So, dapat nga iyon. Kaya nga, nililinaw ko na yung sa cognitive, makikita natin sa discussion, yung affective, doon sa valuing, generalization, and then, doon sa, psychomotor sa paglalapat.
Application.
Okay? Sa application. So, malinaw. Okay, yun. Tapos, revised teaching style to accommodate technology, no? Yun, to adapt. Use peer observations and online video demonstration as often as possible to learn more. So yun, pag may mga observation, no, may mga, ito yung nagawa niya, maganda, susundin ko. Uy, pwede ko bang gamitin yan? O pwede mo ba akong pahiramin sa PowerPoint mo or ganun? Pwede ko bang sundin yung ano mo, di ba? Yung gawain mo. O yun. And then, pag meron ka rin nakita, meron din silang nagustuhan sa'yo, o sige. O, ipagamit mo rin. And then, tap into your students' creativity. Alam nyo, yung mga estudyante natin talagang napakamalikhain. Right? Do you agree?
Yes.
Do you agree? Yes, di ba? Malikhain talaga yung mga mag-aaral natin. So, dapat lang nating dinangin yun. Dapat nating, para bang, kumbaga, natin sila, i-encourage natin sila, hikayatin natin sila, na ipalabas yung mga talents nila, yung kanilang mga skills, di ba? Yung kanilang pagka-malikhain. Okay, yun. So, isa sa mga, di ba, alam na natin ito, di ba? So, ito ay ilan lamang sa mga gawain na nagpapakita ng ICT integration sa pagtuturo. Alam ko, nagawa na ng iba ito o sa mga hindi pa nakagawa. So, yun. So, pagkakaroon ng web quest, Scavengers Hunt, and blogging. So, ito yung pasiyasat na gawain sa online. So, paghahanap ng mga impormasyon sa www. Di ba? So, yun. So, bibigyan natin sila ng ano yung mga bahagi dito. Panimula, gawain, proseso, evaluation, at conclusion. So, magpapahanap tayo. So, dapat alam lang ng guro kung ano yung paksa. Ikaw muna ang maghahanap ng lahat ng mga site kung saan makikita yung www. O ipahanap mo. Sila na yung maghanap doon. Hahanapin nila yung site. Tapos kukunin nila yung paksa pinag-usapan kung ano yung pinapagawa mo sa kanila. Gagawa sila noon. Scavengers hunt, di ba? Ito yung, kumbaga, sa laro nito is nang babasura, right? Yun. So paghuhukay ng mga mahalagang impormasyon sa website ng paksang tutuklasin. So yun, yung pinakamahalagang impormasyon, ito pala yung paksa. Ito yung mga mahalagang impormasyon na dapat kong matutunan. So yun, paghuhukay. So with that, nagkakaroon na o nagpapakita iyan ng ICT integration. Yes. And then, so blogs or blogging, sino ang mahilig dito mag-blog? Di ba? Yung mga estudyante din natin, ganun. So, interaktibong ugnayan sa pagitan ng guro at mga mag-aaral. It's an online-based na maaaring mapaglagyan ng mga reflection, takdang aralin, o intergroup communication. So, mga blog spot na maaaring magagamit ng guro at mag-aaral. So, yun, hindi sila niyan. O, pwede nyo rin niyang isali doon yung yung ibang iba pang paraan o 'di ba? Iba pang online platforms tulad ng Facebook o tulad ng nabanggit ko kanina, 'di ba? O yung TikTok na kung saan na ngayon, parang very 'di ba? Alam nila 'yun kung paano 'yung gagawin. Maraming nagti-TikTok dito. O meron ba dito sa teachers natin? O yun, yung magkakaroon ng reels at iba pa, 'di ba? Marami pang ibang mga online platforms talaga na kung saan magagamit nila at maipapakita nila yung pagkamalikhain nila kung paglalahad sila tungkol sa mga gawain na may kaugnayan sa paksang tinalakay. So tulad ng sinabi ko rin kanina, nabanggit ko kanina, na pagkakaroon ng pagbabalita, halimbawa. So di ba merong apps niyan na nagbabalita talaga sila? Yun, tapos meron pang mga background yun. Nagawa namin yan noon. So, yun, para silang ramdam nila na sila yung mga newscaster talaga, para mga tunay na tunay. Yun, tapos yung ibang kasamahan nila, pag ikaw yung nagbabalita, so yung ibang kapangkat nila, siyang nag-act out. So meron pa gang nakahiga, meron pa silang pa doon. Ganon, sinusunod talaga nila sa kung ano yung mga pangyayaring naganap sa paligid. Ayun, ibinabalita nila. Meron din silang parang sinusunod nila na si Kuya Kim. Ang buhay ay weather lang. So yun sa pagbabalita nila, so makikita natin sa apps. So doon. With that, masasabi mo na talagang malikhain yung mga mag-aaral natin. So yun, dapat lang natin linangin. Gisingin natin yung kanilang mga natutulog na kakayahan at kasanayan. Okay? So marami yan. Siguro, lang, yung iba din nahihiya. Pero pag sinimulan natin, mahihikayat din natin silang ipalabas at linangin yung kanilang mga kakayahan. Okay. There are obstacles to technology integration. Siyempre, di ba? With the technology, kahit na nga tayo, o paggagamit tayo ng laptop, meron tayong PowerPoint presentation, minsan pagdating natin doon sa classroom, parang it takes time pa to connect kasi bakit ganito, bakit hindi siya hindi siya nag-move, or bakit hindi siya walang tunog, walang sounds, o bakit hindi nag-project. So ang dami. So isa sa mga obstacles ng technology integration is that no access to computers or equipment. Pero siguro ngayon, meron na tayong mga computers, marami na nga, di ba? Dahil mayroon tayong mga tab na pinahihiram natin sa mga estudyante, right? Okay, yun. Tapos, yung mga teachers din, pinahihiram din ng DepEd, right? Then, lack of time to learn, to plan, to organize, to search internet, etc. Yes, pero sana, yun nga, para hindi masyadong talaga sa oras, yun, pag nag-group tayo, we do collaboration, siguro mas ma-minimize natin yung oras, di ba? Like, sige, ikaw yung gagawa nito, ikaw yun, or gusto nyo mag-brainstorm muna sa lahat ng mga gawain, kung paano yan, that week, that lesson, kung ano yung integration natin sa technology, and then ikaw nang bahalang gawa ng iPlan pagkatapos. Ganun lang yun, di ba? No budget or high cost. Syempre, yung mga estudyante natin, lalo na pag walang internet, may pinagagawa kayo, tapos wala silang internet, o yung sa kanila is free data lang sa Facebook or kaya sa Messenger, ganon. Then the class sizes, minsan din, nakaka-apekto din yan. Lalo na pag sa loob ng classroom, napakarami Meron pa ba dito nagkaroon ng 50 to 70 class students in a class? No. Meron pa ba? Meron? Parang kasi yung instruction talaga, di ba? na dapat 40 lang in a room, in a classroom. But then, hindi natin maiiwasan yan dahil, yun nga, lalong-lalo na pagkatapos ng Bagyong Odette. Yes, yung mga affected sa Baguio, yung buildings na nasira, yung iba hanggang ngayon hindi pa na ayos. So, yun. Hindi natin maiiwasan na lalampas talaga ng 40 yung lalampas talaga ng 40 ang size ng mga students in a class. Okay, yun. And then preparing for standardized test. So yun, sinabi ko kanina, departmentalized na test or standardized test. So, mas madali na lang kapag magtulungan na lahat. Clock teachers training. I think, noon siguro, kulang ng mga training. Pero ngayon, di ba ang dami na, like, nagkakaroon tayo ng inset. Dahil nga sa pandemic, nagkakaroon tayo ng vinset. Di ba? Yun. So, siguro, hindi na natin masasabi na kulang talaga ng training, or kulang talaga. Kulang pa ba ng training, especially in your own subject matter? Kasi yung sa inset natin is parang general, Yes, it's, the training is all about, like, especially the use of technology, dahil yun ang kakailanganan natin during pandemic time. But then the rest, meron pa ba? Meron ba? Or kulang ng mga trainings? Talaga? O merong mga teacher na pinaturo ng subject na yun, tapos hindi nila major, tapos walang training? Meron ba? Ano kaya? Siguro wala, kasi walang nagsasalita. So siguro lahat ay equipped na, 'di ba? So nakakasali na ng maraming seminars and webinars. And then set curriculum or standards. Actually, yung pagsali niyo sa webinar na ito, 'di ba? Mas okay na with that technology, tingnan niyo, nagkakaroon tayo ng webinar. Pag walang technology, so face-to-face yung seminar. O face-to-face, ang dami kasing mga natin, 'di ba? Mga dahilan na hindi tayo makasali. Kasi una, yung budget. Pangalawa, ay ang layo. Pangatlo, ang layo, di ba? But with this webinar, pwede lang tayo makinig habang meron tayong ginagawa sa bahay lang din, di ba? So hindi natin hindi natin maiwanan yung mga natin, yung mga anak, ganun, at yung may ginagawa tayo, so nakikinig lang. So mas advantage na nagkakaroon na tayo ng webinar with the use of the technology. So set curriculum or standards, technical problems. So maybe not the administration of the machine, di ba? Minsan yung signal, ganun, and then network down. So yun ang ilan sa mga obstacles to technology integration. So power outage, yung pag-brown out, di ba? Pag nag-brown out, bigla nag-brown out, ano na ngayon yan? Nagkakaroon ng seminar, nag-brown out, paano na yan? Walang microphone, walang PowerPoint, walang projector, ganun. So, intimidating. So, non-expert status. So, yun ang ilan sa mga obstacles. So, yun ang tungkol sa ICT integration. Actually, ang dami pa. May mga games tayo na makikita natin online. Yung iba lang, yung apps, may bayad, So, if we will invest, then, magbabayad tayo, ganun. So, at iba pa, may marami talaga na kung saan na sa paggamit ng ICT na yan, ng technology na yan, ay nahihikayat natin yung mga estudyante, diba, na makilahok sa klase at maibahagi ang kanilang talino at kakayahan sa particular na bagay na yon. Okay? Now, aside from the use of the technology, syempre meron pa tayong mga sinasabing iba pang estratehiya na kung saan nagagamit din natin sa pagtuturo. Halimbawa, pag walang kuryente, walang ilaw, or paano nga ba natin mapapasaya at maging aktibo yung klase natin, di ba? Sa tulong ng mga estratehiya. Maaaring ang mga estratehiya nito ay siguro narinig nyo na, alam nyo na, o kaya narinig nyo pero kinalimutan nyo na dahil kumbaga nasanay na kayo na paulit-ulit na lang yung gagawin nyo, di ba? So actually, ang dami pang estratehiya na maaari nating gamitin sa pagtuturo, hindi lang paulit-ulit. Okay, so yun. So ito ay ilan lamang So sabi nga, di ba, sa salawikain, di ba, tell me and I forget, show me and I remember, involve me and I understand. Sabihin mo lang, turuan mo ako, makalimutan ko yan. O sabi nga, tinanggap dito, pinalabas naman sa kabila, di ba? O ipakita mo, o siguro maalala ko dahil nakikita ko. Pero, pag pinasali mo ako, nauunawaan ko talaga, di ba? O halimbawa, sa science. Sa science, di ba, may laboratory tayo. Halimbawa, microscope. O yun. Mostly, especially, pag yung mga estudyante natin ay mga ano, di ba, parang yeah, matakot tayo na baka mabasag or ganun. Huwag niyong galawin yan. So, display lang for your eyes only. Di ba? Pinapakita pag may mga bisita, uy, wow, ang dami nilang mga, ano, no, sa science lab. May mga gamit. Pero, lingid pala sa kanilang kaalaman, hindi pinagamit sa mga mag-aaral. Diba? So, paano yan? O sasabihin mo lang, ang microscope, ganito. Ito yung mga bahagi ng microscope. Alam mo, pag gagamitin mo yung microscope, makikita mo nga ganito at ganyan. Pero, yun. Alam yun yung mga mag-aaral. Narinig nila. Yes. Pero pagdating sa bahay, pag pauwi na yan, patungong bahay, wala na. Kinalimutan na yan paglabas sa paaralan. Pero, may pinakita, microscope, yan pala ang microscope. Okay. Pero, hindi pa nila naunawaan ano nga ba talaga ang gamit ng microscope. Alam ko, ayan, pag nakita ko yan, microscope yan, sabi ni teacher. So, paano yan? Diba? Pag sinali mo talaga, sige class ito, sige, magpangkatan kayo, bawat mesa lalagyan ng microscope. Sige, isa-isa lang ha, maglagay tayo ng object doon sa microscope. Tingnan nyo kung anong nangyayari, anong mangyari. Ito yung bagay ha, ilalagay natin. Ano yan? Ay, maliit mo. Sige, tingnan natin, ilagay natin doon. Anong nakita nyo? Ma'am, malaki na, ang daming paa, etc. Kung ano yung ilagay mo doon, di ba? So, yun. Doon nila maunawan, ang microscope pala ay nakapagpapalaki ng mga bagay. May mga bahagi ng like ng insect na yun na hindi natin nakikita, makikita natin ng malinaw sa tulong ng microscope. Okay, so yun, di ba? So, involve me and I understand. So, paano nga ba yan? So, syempre, sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng iba't ibang strategiya, yun, may papakita natin yun. Okay, so, ang strategiyang ito ay magagamit natin like sa math, di ba? Sasabihin ng guro, bago at pagkatapos, so before and after, sasabihin ng guro na lahat ng numero ay nagsisimula sa 0. So, gagamitin ng guro ang 10 niyang daliri. Halimbawa, ito yung 10. Ang lahat ng numero, all numbers starts with 0. So, magpapakita. Ilan? So, di ba? 5. Sa halip na sasabihin nilang 5, sasabihin nilang 0 yung sagot. Pag sinabi ng ganyan, 4 na. So, sa halip na sasabihin nilang 4, ano yung previous? Di ba? Pagkatapos ng 0, ano ang kasunod? Yung previous. Ilan yun? 5. Tama? So 5 ang sasabihin nila. So, pag sinabi na naman ganyan, magpapakita na naman yung ibang bilang. Ilan ito? 6. So, ano yung isasagot ng mga estudyante? 4, di ba? Dahil 4 ang previous. So, yun. Kumbaga, nahihikayat din dito ang pakikinig ng mga, talas ng pakikinig ng mga bata at kanilang nakukuha ang kanilang atensyon dahil kailangan nila talagang tingnan yung kamay mo kung ilan yung mga daliri ipinapakita mo. Okay, yun. So, bago at pagkatapos, yun sa bilang. Example, pag ipapakita mo, especially sa grade 1, di ba? Yun, 1 to 10. Sige, magpapakita ka dyan para masanay sila. Yun pala ay 4, yun ay 3, ganun. Magagamit natin yan. So, magkakaroon ng interaktibong pagtuturo. Then tayo na sa music room. Sasabihin ng guro na pupunta tayo sa music room. Di ba elementary may music, high school may music pa, right? Yes. So magdala ng bagay para mapuno ang bus patungong music room. Guro ang unang magdala. So music room yan. So magpapa or hihingi ka ng mga bagay na dapat dalhin ng mga estudyante. Pero yung mga bagay na dapat nilang dalhin ay nagsisimula sa sofa syllables. So, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. So, halimbawa, ang guro ay magdadala ng donuts. Yun. Then, may magsasabing relo, may magsasabing mag-bag. Hindi pwede yung bag. Bakit kaya? So, magtataka sila. Iba pa. Mikropono. Sige, pasok. Ano pa? Hanggang makuha nila yung clue na, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do pala. So, yun. Yung simula, unang pantig ng salita. Kailangan magsimula sa sofa syllables. So, yun. Music. Then, pupunta tayo sa beach. So sasabihin ng guro na pupunta tayo sa beach, magpaalam ng maayos. So magdala ng para makasama ka. Tapos yung clue niya, sasabihin ng guro, or payong. Okay, pag sinabing payong lang, hindi ka makasama. So dapat merong or di ba? Yung sa elementary, mas gaganaan sila niyan. So yung talas ng kanilang pakikinig at saka yung aktibong pakikilahok, di ba? Nalilinang dito. So yun. And then bingo sa classroom. So alam ko marami na rin ang nakagawa dito, pero pag gagawa tayo dito, mas nangangailangan talaga ng sapat na oras. Bakit? Dahil nga yes? Yes? May tanong? May ibabahagi? Okay. So, siguro lang, no? Nag-open lang mic. Okay, now. So, pag gagawa ka ng bingo kasi, di ba, bawat card, iba-iba yung posisyon ng salita. Tapos titingnan kung sino yung unang makapag-bingo. Depende na yun sa'yo. Magbigay ka ng pabuya, o ano kaya, tsokolate, or puntos, it depends upon you. So, example, magagamit natin yan sa pagtatalakay ng pangalan or noun sa Ingles, di ba? So, lahat ng mga salita na nasa card ay mga pangalan. So siguro pag naglalaro kayo ng ganyan, pagkatapos, pag may nakapag-bingo na, ano ang mga salita? Yun, babasahin nila. Ano kaya ang tawag natin sa mga salita iyon? O mga pangalan. Doon na, ano ang mga pangalan ang nandyan? Doon na, makikita na yung uri ng pangalan. Pangalan pambalanat, pangalan pantangi, di ba? So yun, magagamit natin yan bilang din panimula sa pagtatalakay, kaya enhancement doon sa paglalapat. And then, so yan, di ba? So yan ang halimbawa ng bingo. Bingo card talaga. So kailangan lang talaga ng sapat na oras or siguro pag makapag-generate tayo na kung saan sa isang card, i-print natin yan. Pagkatapos, i-shuffle lang natin, isang click lang na ma-shuffle yan. Sige, ganun. Diba? Mas madali. With the use of technology siguro. Then puzzle. So magbibigay ka ng kumbaga clue or sasabihin mo na ito ay ginagamit sa pagtingin o ganun. Ano yon? Mata. Titingnan nila, hahanapin nila dyan kung saan yung mata. Diba? O ano pa yung makikita nila dyan. So siguro kulayan, ganun, gamit yung kulay, yung Crayola, ganun, or ano yung mga highlight pen, ganun. So, yun. So magbigay ng clue ang guro tungkol sa mga salitang kanyang pinapahula. So gamit ang Crayola, guhitan ng mga bata ang salitang pinapahula ng guro at kapag ito ay kanilang naguhitan, maaari nilang itaas ang isang bandila at isigaw ang isang salita. Yun, bahagi ng katawan na ginagamit upang makakita. So pag nakita nila doon mata, so doon nasasabihin na mata. Okay, sisila na bigas, sako, yun, isisigaw nila. So but of course, kinulayan nila yung puzzle. And then, yan. Ano ang sagot niyan? Alisin ang 6th letter upang makabuo ng salita. Ano ang sagot niyan? Kayo? Yan, mga letters yan, di ba? Alisin ang 6th letter. 6th letter para makabuo ng salita. So, ano ang natira? Ano ang sagot? Anong salita? Ano kaya? Mayroong I-try nyo. Anong salita? Ano?
Ano siya eh? Pizza.
Ano kaya? Ano ang sagot? Wala? Ang sagot niya is bananas. So, isa rin sa Filipino, mga saging. Bakit bananas? Diba? Alisin ang 6 letter.
Banana, ma'am.
Yun. Yung S-I, diba? Alisin yung S-I-X. So, banana yun, diba? Yung natira. Tapos L-E, N na yung natira. T-A-T, diba? So, yun. Ang natira is bananas. Yes, tama po. Si Ma'am Narichel. Ma'am ba? Yes. So, banana. So, isa sa Filipino, mga saging. Tama. Okay, yon. And then, yan, what is citizenship? Sa social studies, aral pan, di ba? Doon, ano kaya ang ibig sabihin ng citizenship? Doon, titingnan nila yan with that, mga pictures. Ibibigay nila yung mga salita nandyan. So, na may kaugnayan sa salitang citizenship. So, bakasyon grande. Isulat ng guro ang mga salita sa chart sa paraang pinaghalo-halo ang titik. So, yun, pinaghalo-halo ang titik lang. So, ipabuo sa mga estudyante ang mga salita at pagkatapos mabuo ay pagawain sila ng maikling kwento tungkol nito. So, halimbawa, Mikara, o Yorad, ano yan? So, yan ang mga bagay na dadalhin kapag tayo ay nagbabakasyon. So, Mikara, ano yon? Camera, o Yorad, radio, bunsa, sabon, o yun. Magagamit rin yan sa pagtalakay ng mga pangalan, di ba? Yes. Pwede rin yung mga paggagawa kayo ng iba, like yung adjective or action word, pwede. Depende yan sa inyong ipapadala or anong yung gagawin. Then, summary. Ask students to provide a summary of what they learned last lesson or across the unit. Develop by asking for different styles. So like, magkakaroon sila ng news report o 60-second news flash. Diba? Yun, mime. So yun. And then draw me the answer. So yung bata, kumbaga, gagawin ito by partner. Or in a group, isa yung magsabi, tapos pagtulungan nilang iguhit or kung ano ang sagot. So sa halip na sasabihin nila ang sagot is iguguhit nila. Okay? So show me what democracy looks like. So doon guguhit sila ng kung ano ang ibig sabihin ng democracy para sa kanila. Okay, yun. And then, describe and draw. So just like yun kanina, no? Pwede ring yun, group. Tapos ito is, kumbaga, dalawa lang, di ba? Partner lang. So, yung isa maglalarawan, isa yung guguhit. O titingnan, kung hindi maguhit ng tama ng isa, so meaning, kulang yung instruction mo, yung paluto mo. O kaya, hindi marunong gumuhit yung gumuhit. Ganun lang talaga yun, So, yun. Pero pag yung mga bata ng mahilig talaga sa drawing, makukuha talaga yun. So, dapat yung paluto ay malinaw din para maguhit ng kapareha nila. And then, mga sitwasyon o problemang magagamit ng brainstorming, di ba? Sinong pipiliin? Especially sa senior high school, pag halimbawa, pag nagkakaroon kayo ng mga activity sa research, etc., sa junior high event, pwede. So, magunaw ng mundo, nakagawa ng isang spaceship, so magdala ng 10 katao lamang. Sino-sino ang mga dadalhin mo? Pipiliin isakay sa spaceship at bakit? So yun, nagkakaroon sila ng pagtitimbang, di ba, decision making. So sa pamamagitan niyan, isinuturuan natin yung mga estudyante kung paano nga ba ang pagpili o paano nga ba ang pagkakaroon ng desisyon. Isang mabigat na desisyon yan. Dahil paano pag lahat ng mga tao na sa kanyang paligid ay kanyang mga sumpay. Tapos sobra sila ng 10, di ba? So yun. And then, palaisipan. Inihati ng isang lalaki ang kanyang anak sa paralang pinapasukan ng sila'y maaksidente. Namatay ang ama sa mismong lugar ng aksidente. Samantalang malubhang na sugatan ng anak, kaya ito'y dinala sa ospital. Nakita ng manggagamot na naroon ang bata at ito'y pabiglang nagwika, anak ko. So, paano maipaliwanag? Yun, paglinang ng palaisipan. So, paano yan? Kanilang pag-unawa, di ba? So, paano yan ipaliwanag kayo? Inihatid ng lalaki ang kanyang anak, di ba? Pero nagkaroon ng aksidente. So, yung ama na naghatid is namatay sa mismong lugar. So, yung bata is dinala doon sa ospital. Pero pagdating sa ospital, sinabi ng manggagamot na anak ko. So, paano yan? Paano nyo ipaliwanag? Paano? Wala. Ang doktor, ang ina ng bata. Yun. Naglakad si Alberto sa gitna ng malakas na ulan nang hindi nabasa ang alinmang hibla ng kanyang buhok sa ulo. Wala siyang sombrero, walang payong, walang anumang panakip sa ulo. Basang-basa ang kanyang damit at sapatos. Paano nangyari ito? Ano kaya?
Naglakad si Alberto sa gitna ng malakas na ulan nang hindi nabasa ang alinmang hibla ng kanyang buhok sa ulo. Wala sinilang sombrero. Walang payong, walang anumang panakip sa ulo. Basang-basa ang kanyang damit at sapatos.
Pero hindi nabasa ang kanyang ulo. Paano yan?
Tinakpan niya lang yung ulo.
Hindi nabasa ang alinmang hibla ng kanyang buhok sa ulo.
Dahil kalbo siya, ma'am.
Tama, magaling. So, kalbo si Alberto. Wala siyang buhok, kaya walang mabasa. Ayun. Okay. Gusto ni Ginoo at Ginang Cruz at ng kanilang dalawang anak na lalaki na tumawid ng ilog sa tulong na isang maliit na bangka na makapagdadala ng 70 kilo lamang. Bawat isa kina Ginoo at Ginang Cruz ay may timbang na 70 kilo, samantalang ang kanilang anak ay 35 kilo ang bawat isa. Dalawang anak ha. Kasama rin nila ang kanilang aso. So paano niyan itatawid na hindi sila lalangoy? Makatatawid silang lahat. Sino o ano ang gagawin? Sino ang unang tatawid?
Dahil sa tulay, ma'am.
Ha? Gagamit sila. Walang tulay. Hindi pa nabuo yung tulay.
Di sila sasabay pagtawid.
O, paano? Sino ang una? Tama yan. Sino ang una? O, tingnan natin yung sagot niyo dito.
Maglalakad po sila, Dok.
Maglalakad sa ilog?
Hindi po sila sasabay magtawid po sa ilog.
Oo nga, hindi sila sasabay. Tama yan. Sino ang mauna?
Kasi ganito.
Sino ang mauna? Pwedeng ang dalawang anak. Di ba? O, ang dalawang anak. Pag dating doon sa kabila, bababa ang isa, babalik yung isa. Pagdating sa kabila, bababa yung anak,
Sasakay
sasakay ang ina or ama. Tapos, balik na naman doon. Bababa yung ina or ama, sasakay yung anak patungo sa kabila. Tapos,
hanggang makatawid sila lahat.
yung aso na naman, dadalhin hanggang sa makatawid silang lahat. Okay? So, yun.
Galing din, no?
Yeah, ganun. Di ba pala isipan? So, malilinang talaga ang kasanayan ng mga mag-aral sa pag-iisip. Yeah, pagpapayaman ng talasalitaan, puno ng mopema, yung salitang ugat is inom, nilagyan ng panlaping pinag at nagiging pinag-inuman, pinag-inom, pinagpugas, di ba? O yun. Or nag, or inuman, yun. And then, creativity, ask students to suggest a word. So you can say a word that is related. So the next student says a word connected to the previous. So yun, connectivity para mayugnay, mag-connect. And then pair it up. Hand out a set of cards that students have to sort into matching pairs. So example, democracy o saan dyan? Saan yung mga halimbawa? Okay, political system and then the key example. Okay, match lang, pair it up. Then, talasalitaan pa rin yan. So, LTPG, larawan, talasalitaan, paksa at gramatika. So, yun, larawan, yan, ipinapakita ang larawan, ano yan nandyan? Bugtong. Bugtong, tapos ang sagot ay makikita sa pamamagitan ng larawan. So, nang umalis ay lumilipad, nang dumating ay umusa, di ba? Yun ang ulan. Yun. So, sa talasalitaan yan, anong ibig sabihin yan? May unos, bagyo, or kulimlim kasi ulan. Lubog, baha, or sakuna. So, ano ang magiging paksa nito? Paghahanda sa tag-ulan o kaya halagahan ng ulan. Gramatika, kontemplatibo ng pandiwa. And then, pang-ugnay, pwede, di ba? So, yun. And then, noun play. So, blank is like a blank because. So, the first blank is for the topic or the concept. Then, the second blank is for the random noun. Okay? And then, pagtuturo ng gramatika pa rin. So, it's about the pet peeves chart. So, sinuring pahayag, kamalian ng pahayag, pagwawasong nararapat gawin, di ba? Sa pamamagitan niyan, sila mismo, yung mga estudyante mismo, yung mga mag-aaral mismo, ang sumusuri kung saan nga ba sa pangungusap na yan ang mali. So yun. Tapos, bakit mali? Ano ang mali? O ano pala ang dapat? O ano yun? Tungkol sa ano yun? Anong batayang pambalarila? O ano ang dapat? Ano ang tama? So yun. Kumbaga, nilalagyan nila ng correction. Iniwas to nila ang mali. Connect mo ako, i-connect mo ako. So especially sa conjunctions, right? Pangatnig. Yeah. Kung maaari lang akong kumain ngayon, ako ay kakain sapagkat kanina pa ako nagugutom. Ngunit nagpapaliwanag ang aming guro, kaya titiisin ko muna ang aking gutom, ang aking gutom. Yun. Tapos, dadagdagan na naman ng iba. So, yun. Kung maaari lang akong kumain ngayon, ako ay kakain sapagkat kanina pa ako nagugutom. Ngunit ako ay kailangang makinig sa aming talakayan, kaya titiisin ko muna ang aking gutom. Yun ang unang apat na pangatnig. Tapos, dadagdagan ng 4. So, gayon man, hindi ko na matiis ang sakit ng aking sikmura dahil hindi ako nag-almusal kanina. Kaya, palihim kong kakainin ang dali akong tinapay sa aking bag kapag tumalikod ang aming guro. O, di ba? So, konektado lahat. Kahit na, iba-iba yung pangatnig na ginamit, 4 na pangatnig yan sa una ng pangungusap, ginamit yan, nasa unahan ng pangungusap, pero konektado yung mga pangungusap na nandyan. Di ba? So, yun. And then, ang pamilyang kung, pwede rin, magpapabigay ka, kung pwede lang kitang hahawakan sa kamay, hahawakan kita. Yun. Maaari rin ipaawit mo, sige, magbigay ng mga awitin na nagsisimula ng kung or may kung, di ba? Paano yan? Ano? Kung, ano yan? Yung mga awitin na kung. Kung maaari lang kitang iduyan sa aking mga bisig, iduduyan na kita. Kung kailangan mo ako, sa sandaling kailangan mo ako pala. At kung kailangan mo ako, di ba? Yun. Kung ako na lang sanang iyong minahal. Yun. Yung mga mahilig sa awit, yes, gagawa niyan. Mag-iisip niya ng mga awitin, ay, may kung. Di ba? Yun. Mas interaktibo yung pagtuturo kung ganun. Yeah. Yes. Sentences. Cut up a sentence related yun, may mga salita diyan ipabuo into a sentence, diba? With the use of that words, different words there. So bumuo ng pangungusap mula sa mga salita niyan. Okay, and then songwriter. So yun, lalong-lalo na yung mga estudyanteng mahilig sa pag-awit, yung mahilig sumulat. So nahasa din ang kanilang kasanayan. Yung mga sinasabi ko na babanggit na mga paraan, magagamit natin yan kapag tayo ay gagawa ng differentiated instruction sa pagtuturo natin. Though in one topic, pero iba-iba yung gagawin nila, di ba? So yun, maganda yun. So, and then, ang pagtuturo ng wika. So, mga pantigan, di ba? Especially sa elementary, magturo ng dalawahan na pantig, 3, 4. So, yun, so lalagyan ng isa pang pantig para maging salita, kama, 2 pantig lang. 3, kasama. 4, karamdaman, di ba? Kapangyarihan. 5, 6, kabanal-banalan. Yun, at iba pa. And then pagtuturo ng panitikan. So now showing. Magpapakita ng iba't ibang poster na tila poster ng paglalabas ng mga pelikula sa sinihan. Di ba? Nandun lahat ng mga larawan. So titingnan lang nila, unang nangyari ito. Kalawa, hanggang sa para silang nanonood ng television. Yun, or ng pelikula. And then pagkukwento din. So may kwento, nung unang panahon, tapos pag naririnig nila yung mga pangalang iyan ang isasagot ng mga bata. So halimbawa, nung unang panahon, wala pang tao. Nung unang panahon, sa panahon pa lang, di ba, sasagot yung mga mag-aaral na, ipapaawit nila yan, maala-ala mo kaya. Yun, then, wala pang tao, wawawi, parang ganun. So yun, hanggang marinig nila yung mga salita niyan, yun ang isasagot nila. So, talas ng pakikinig. Yun. And then, pagtuturo ng tayutay. Yun, sabi nila, ano ang tayutay? Si tay na dapa, pinatayo. Tay, tayo, tay. Di ba? Tayutay. So, yun. So, sa pamamagitan ng singing bee, right? Halimbawa, paano yan? Pag-ibig ko sa'yo ay tunay at totoo. Ano ang nawawalang salita? Ano? Sinong mahilig sa awit dyan? Sinong may alam? Ha?
Sintamis.
Sintamis?
Sintamis ng buwan.
Ng buwan?
Ng wine.
Yes.
Sintamis ng wine.
Sintamis ng
Sintatag
wine.
ng sunshine.
Sintatag ng sunshine. Very good. Wow, ang galing ni Ma'am, ha? Thank you, Ma'am. Yun, di ba? Mas maganda, mas lively, aktibo yung pagtatalakay. Tunghayaan mo sana ang kasunod?
Pagsinta.
Pagsinta? Ang pagsinta?
Ang aking pagsinta.
Tama. Ang
Aking pagsinta.
Langit ng puso ko, ang pag-ibig mo, sinta. Di ba? Lalong-lalo na paghapon yung klase ninyo, o yun, mawawala yung antok. O, aking pagsinta. Tapos itatanong ninyo, o yung mga salitang sinabi nila, like kanina, sintamis ng wine, sintatag ng sunshine, anong uri ng tayo-tayon? O, anong uri ng tayo-tay? Pagtutulad. Yun. And then, tadhana.
Pagtugma.
Pagtutulad yon. Ang pagsuyong nagkulang, tayo'y umaasang. Ano ang kasunod?
Ilagat kanluran.
Ilagat kanluran. Ikaw ang
Kanlungan.
Hantungan.
hantungan. Tama. So, ilagat kanluran sa lungatan, di ba? O hantungan. Ano yan? Pagpaparitawag. So, yun. Then, ang mga puno't halaman ay
Ang mga puno't halaman ay
Kabiyak ng ating.
kabiyak.
Kabiyak ng ating gunita.
tama. Kabiyak ng
Mga
ating
puno't halaman ay kabiyak ng ating gunita.
O, ano ang ibig sabihin ng kabiyak ng ating gunita? Anong tayo-tayan, di ba? So, ganon. Ganon
Taas
lang.
ng panahon, bakit
Yes.
kailangan ding lumisan?
Tama. O, ito. Kasabay ng ulan. Ano ang kasunod?
Sabay ng ulan.
Ang ganda.
Sa iyong ganda.
Ganda.
Kasabay rin ng hangin. Tingnan natin kung tama ba. Yes.
Kumakanta.
Yes, kasabay
1, 2, 3, 4.
bumubuhos ang iyong ganda, kasabay rin ang hangin kumakanta. Bumubuhos ang iyong ganda. Anong uri ng tayutay? Pag mamalabis, di ba?
Pagkatao.
Hangin kumakanta. Ano yung hangin kumakanta?
Pagkatao.
Tama.
Personification.
Pagsasatao, personification. Wow, tingnan nyo, ang galing nyo, di ba? So, yun ang pagtuturo ng tayutay para hindi masyadong boring, di ba? Isa sasabihin mo, okay, class, pagtutulad.
Figures of
Yung
speech.
pagtutulad ay ganito, ganyan. Tapos, yung mga bata nakikinig lang. Pero pag nakikisangkot sila, sinasabi nila kung ano yung, or nakikisangkot sila, di ba? So, mas gaganahan pa sila, nakikilahok pa sila, di ba? Maalala nila yan, tingnan mo. Di ba, pagdating doon sa sa kanila, o gagawin pa nila yan, aawit pa yan, o ganito, ganyan, di ba? So, yun. And then, pagtuturo ng pananaliksik. So, pagtuturo ng pananaliksik, di ba? Sa senior high school at sa, I know, sa junior, meron ng pananaliksik na ginawa yung mga estudyante, right? Tama ba? Tama? Hindi. Ano kaya? Walang pananaliksik.
Search me.
Yes, research is pananaliksik. Tama. Okay. So, dito, halimbawa, kung gusto mo malaman kung sino talaga ang nakikilahok sa pananaliksik nila, so itatanong mo, o sino ipapakain sa pating? So, ito ay ginagamit upang malaman kung gaano kabigat ang ginawang kontribusyon ng bawat miyembro sa ginawang pananaliksik, di ba? O, sino ipapakain sa pating? Siyempre, pag isasagot nila yan, na kung anong pangalan isasagot nila yan, nangangahulugan na yun yung kasamahan nila na walang kontribusyon na nagawa. So, pag titimbang-timbangin nila ang lahat ng naging kontribusyon. O, pag sino yung kanilang or gusto nilang samahan upang matapos yung ginawang pananaliksik, so, yun yung may contribution. O, yan ang mga tanong. So, kung pupunta ka sa isla na kasama ang miyembro ng inyong grupo upang gumawa ng pananaliksik, sino ang ayaw mong mawala? Bakit? Di ba? O, yung ayaw mong mawala, syempre, yun yung sino kaya? Yung leader, yung may contribution na gawa. Kung sakaling may dumating na pating at gutom na gutom, sino sa mga miyembro ang inyong ipapakain? So, yun yung walang contribution. O, bahala siya. Ipakain na lang natin kasi wala siyang nagawa, di ba? Sino naman ang gusto mong makasama at matira sa isla upang matapos ang pananaliksik? O, yun. So, doon natin malalaman at masusukat kung sino sa kanila ang may contribution, may pakinabang. And then, creative. So, yun. So, you have 10 minutes to write creatively. What you write must include these 3 key terms from last lesson. So, siguro, last lesson man previous. So, dito, yung pagbabalik-aral. Diba? Sa pagbabalik-aral, pwede yung magagawin yan. So, yung mga salitan yan, yung tatlong yan, ano yan ang gagamitin nila para sa pagsulat. Okay, yon. And then what if poetry? So, nagsisimula sa what if, di ba? O paano kung, in Filipino, what if bridges had families? What if trees had rights? What if colors were numbers, di ba? So that initial responses must be turned into a poem with the question as the title. So the question is what if, so that will serve as the title. Okay? So yun, susulat sila ng tula. Pagtuturo ng talambuhay, so gamit yung Facebook. So gagawa sila ng kanilang talambuhay o yung profile nila doon, di ba? I-ano nila sa Facebook. And then, paggamit ng sampayan, so may mga guhit, may sampayan, may mga nakasabit na mga damit. So bawat sinampay, may nakasulat doon, like anong pangalan nila, kailan sila sinilang, ganun. Basta tungkol na yan sa kanilang talambuhay. Picture power. So mula sa larawan, bubuo ang klase ng kwento na ibabatay sa usapan o dialogo. So may tagpuan, katangian ng mga tauhan na makikita sa larawan. So kung ano yung makikita niyo dyan. So, yun. And then, balita o editorial o pangulong tudling. So, yun. Nalilinan ang kasanayan sa pagbibigay opinyon. Di ba, lalong-lalo na sa mga journalist natin sa school, di ba, meron tayong campus journalism. Yes. So, yun. Para at least malinang din ang kanilang kakayahan sa pagsulat ng balita o pangulong tudling. Balitang editorial. And then beauty contest. Yan, sa beauty contest, alam nyo, pag nagkakaroon kayo ng integration from across the curriculum, pwede yan. Halimbawa, pag beauty contest, yung sa props pala nila, pwede na yan sa pag-example sa senior high. So, pwede yan sa personal per dev, di ba? Tapos yung question and answer. So, pwede sa anong asignatura o ano yung paksang tinalakay. Yung kanilang talent, pwede sa music or mape. Yung iba pa, di ba? So, ang daming subjects ang ma-integrate natin dyan within and across the curriculum sa gawain iyan. So, yun lang ang mga strategiya na ibabahagi ko sa inyo. So, tandaan that education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow's belongs to those who prepare for it today. Diba? So, yun. Gaya ng nabanggit natin kanina na learning is a continuous process. So, yun, patuloy tayong natututo kahit na nagtuturo na tayo, ang dami pa rin nating natutunan at matutunan pa sa hinaharap, di ba? Dahil araw-araw naniniwala akong bawat isa sa atin ay meron talagang natutunan mula sa pangyayari sa buhay, natutunan mula sa mga taong parang nakapaligid sa iyo, di ba? At sa mga karanasan sa buhay. So yun, sana yung mga stratehiyang yan ay makatutulong ng malaki sa inyo upang magamit ninyo sa pagtuturo, mapadali ang inyong pagtuturo, di ba? At magiging kaakit-akit at aktibo, interaktibo, pagkakaroon ng interaktibong pagtuturo, di ba? At madali ang pagkatuto ng mga mag-aaral. The ICT integration, sana makatutulong din yan. Diba, nandyan yan sa PPSC natin, sa COT natin, ICT integration, and then differentiated instruction. Yung mga nabanggit na strategiya, pwede natin gamitin para magkaroon ng differentiated instruction. Tapos araw-araw, paiba-iba yung mga stratehiyang gagamitin natin para naman mahikayat natin yung mga estudyante na makinig, makilahok, at pumasok talaga araw-araw, di ba? Inaabangan nila yan. So sana nakatutulong yan ng malaki sa inyo, ha? Tandaan, nothing is impossible because the word itself says, I'm possible, di ba? So according to Audrey Hepburn. Yun lang ang maibabahagi ko sa inyo sa hapong ito. Maraming salamat sa pakikinig. Pag may mga katanungan, pwede kang sasagutin. That in all things, God may be glorified. And thank you for your listening. Okay. So sana nga ha, nakatutulong yan sa inyo ng malaki, yung mga napag-usapan natin ngayon, yung strategies. Okay? Hindi na babago sa inyo yon, yung mga napag-usapan natin ngayon dito?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
This is Ma'am Narichel Nerpiel from SDO, Bacolod City.
Hi, Ma'am Narichel.
May panibagong natutunan po, ma'am.
Maganda
Maraming
yan.
salamat po dahil this coming school year po, magtuturo na ako ng Filipino sa grade 6.
Makatutulong yan sa'yo, ma'am. Congratulations.
Yes, ma'am. Malaking tulong po. Thank you po.
Yes, welcome po. Yung iba. Yeah, parang wala na silang tanong, Miss Jonah.
Oh, okay.
Alam ko na sa'yo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear teachers, for your participation. Kung wala na pong tanong, it's such a big help po, ma'am. Thank you so much as well. And by the way, Ma'am Borlasa is also one of my teacher during my college days. So thank you so much. All right. So before we end this session, I would like to present another recognition for our speaker today. All right. So on behalf of HNL Training Center, I am awarding the certificate of recognition to Dr. Lizelle Arborlasa for his invaluable and outstanding accomplishment as an international and innovative speaker during the conduct of international webinar for teachers and school administrators with the theme MATATAG, Bansang Makabata, Batang Makabansa, Teachers and School Heads' Responsibility Towards Scaling Quality Education to Increase Impact, as per CPD accreditation number 2019-329 held on August 19 to 21, 2023, which is equivalent to 24 hours via Zoom meeting, given the 21st day of August 2023 via Zoom meeting. All right. Thank you so much. So finally, our webinar has ended. Before we go ahead and bid goodbye to Dr. Berlasa, dear teachers, may I request for you to turn on your cameras so that we can have a screenshot of your beautiful faces for documentation purposes lang po. And you can grab this photo on our Facebook page, the HNL Training Center. Could you please turn on your cameras for just a couple of seconds? Let's take a screenshot. Sige po.
There are 700 blood volcanoes in the world.
All right. So I'm gonna count in 3 seconds. We'll take 2 pictures together. In 3, 2, 1. All right, let's get one more photo in 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much. Dear teachers, I would like to inform you that after this webinar, your certificates will be sent to your corresponding email addresses within today. If in case hindi po kayo makatanggap ng Yes po. If hindi po kayo makatanggap ng certificate po, please message HNL Training Center so that we can go ahead and check, double check and send this to you if in case may na-miss po kami. And all the speakers po, my question po. Teachers, meron po bang question? Okay.
Wala na yung attendance ba ni ma'am?
Wala na po, ma'am. Yung attendance po is yung registration po na sinubmit niyo po sa amin. So that will serve as attendance. At saka yung the speakers topics will be sent via Google Drive. Ipa-publish po namin so you can access this and review or revisit the topics of our speakers. Okay? All right. So once again, dear teachers, thank you so much. If in case you have questions or concerns, just reach out. We have a phone number as well. Kung meron kayong na-contact na staff namin directly with a phone number, you can contact them or our page. We are open po as we will address your concerns as soon as possible. All right. Thank you so much once again and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Okay,
See
thank you,
soon.
ma'am.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, HNL.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Nag-leave na kita? Nag-leave na ako.